Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Kindly rise for prayer.
soul. Worship His holy name. Sing like never before. Oh my soul, I worship Your holy name. The sun comes up, it's a new day dawning. It's time to sing a song again.
Okay, ready? ஆ இல்லையே இப்போ ஒரு பாட்டு போட்டு முடிச்சிடேன் ப்ரேயர் சாங் அப்படின்னா செக்கப்புக்கு கிளாஸ் பேர் சொல்கிறேன் யாராவது ஒருத்தரா ஆ மேடம் ஆக்ஷன் சார் ஃபோன் பண்ணுறாரு வாய்ஸ் வரதா கேட்குறது யாராவது ஒருத்தர் பேர் சொல்கிறாங்க இதோ சொல்லிட்டேன் சார் மேடம் இது யார் போஸ்ட் மாற்றமா
Check, check.
அதான் மூணு இருக்குமா
Hello. Morning.
மேடம் நீங்கள் என்ன பேர் வந்திருக்கீங்க நீங்கள் என்ன பேர் வந்திருக்கீங்க ஆமாம் அப்போ தான் நான் ப்ரேயர் பண்ண முடியல நான் போட முடியாதுல்ல இப்போ நீங்கள் ஹோஸ்ட்டாக நான் ஹோஸ்ட்டான்னு தெரில எனக்கு இப்போ எந்தில் பார்த்தா எனக்கு எந்த தான் ஹோஸ்ட் காட்டுற மாதிரி இருக்குது அதனால் அவங்களுக்கு ஹோஸ்ட் கொடுத்துருக்கேன் இல்லை உங்களுக்கு எப்படி என்ன பார்த்து தெரியும்
Hello.
Good morning and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Mr. Nanda, Assistant Professor from Loyola College of Education. I'll be the MC for the day. A humble request to the participants. I request all the participants to please mute your audios and also to turn off your videos during the entire session of the webinar. We will begin the webinar sharply at 9:30 a.m. Thank you so much. If you have any queries, you can please ask it in the chat box. Our team will be able to respond to you. Hello, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am. Radha, morning, ma'am. Jasmine.
Morning, Jasmine.
Okay.
Wonderful. Good morning, Dr. Nanda also.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, you want to check anything? Your audio, video, ma'am? You just
Can you
have.
hear? You can hear me. Shall I just check my presentation for a
Yes,
second?
ma'am. I'll remove my
You know
presentation.
me, I'm a nervous one, no? I'll just test it, okay?
Okay, ma'am. Sure.
Wait a minute, is this thing one? Perfect, huh? I haven't opened it. What about that? Yeah, I told you. Came in the morning though.
Mahendra, unmute.
Is there? Can you see it? Jasmine, can you see it?
Yes, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, fine. I'll relax then.
Yes.
Yes.
Can I test mine as well, Jesse?
Yes, yes, please.
Okay. So I am going to go to present. Can you see it in the presentation mode?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah. All right. That's good. Thank you.
Oh,
Okay. Unmute. மேடம் ரெக்கார்ட் கொடுத்தீங்க, ரெக்கார்ட் பண்ணி கொடுத்தீங்களா? நான் கொடுத்துட்டேன், ரெக்கார்ட் கொடுத்துட்டேன். முன்னாடி ஓட்டு அப்படியே. சார் அனுப்பிச்சு பாருங்க.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. Hello. Ma'am, you are audible. Hello.
நந்தா ஃபாதர் கிட்ட வந்துட்டாங்களா? அந்த லவ்லின்னு லவ் வந்துட்டாங்களா? ஓகே ஓகே மிஸ்மா.
Good morning and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the one day international webinar on empowering diversity. leading innovation in 21st century, organized by Internal Quality Assurance Cell of Loyola College of Education, Chennai. And before we begin this event officially, a few instructions from the organizing committee. We request the participants to keep their mics muted throughout the program and also to not turn on their cameras as it may cause some interruptions in the viewing of the program. And as the old Japanese saying goes, it is always time for something new till something newer comes along. And this holds true to this field of education, where we always believe that education empowers the mind and emboldens the heart. It is something that empowers the individual and makes a change in this society. And this day will be a day that will bring about a change in the thoughts and minds of everyone who are present for this amazing day ahead. And to begin this day anew, I request everyone to kindly rise to seek the blessings of the Divine Almighty and
ஐயோ ஷிட் நந்தா 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 ஐயோ கட்டாயிடுச்சு நந்தா அதை கட்டாயிடுச்சு யாராவது ஒருத்தர் பேர் சாங் சொல்ல கட்டாயிடுச்சு இந்த இதில் ஃபுல்லாகவே தெரியல கட்டாகுது மேடம் உங்களது எந்த அம்சங்களா ஐயோ அவங்களுக்கு வாட்ஸ்அப்பில் அனுப்பிச்சாங்க நந்தா அதை வரமாட்டேங்குது ஷிட் ஒரு நிமிஷம் சார் ஷிட் இன்னொரு 5 நிமிஷம் வந்துடும் ஒரு நிமிஷம் சார் இது வாட்டர் வத பாருங்க ஸ்ட்ரீமிங் சாஃப்ட்வேர் தான் அதனால சந்தோஷம் ஒரு நிமிஷம் ஃபிட்டிங் எல்லாமே க்ளோஸ் ஆகிடுச்சு அப்படி. நீங்கள் நானே எதாவது பார்த்தேன். இந்த ஒரு நிமிஷம் ஒரு நிமிஷம்.
my soul, I worship your holy name. Bless you, Lord.
கை பார்த்து சரிதானே? இது வேறு வந்துட்டே வராங்க சார். மேடம் பேச முடிஞ்சிச்சா? குத்தாச்சு மேடம்.
Please unmute. Please unmute.
நீராறும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்தை கெழிலொழுகும் சீராறும் மதனமென திகழ்பரத கண்டனில் எக்கணமும் அதில் சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை முதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிழமை திறம்பியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
Please be seated. Our humble apologies to the members of the audience for the technical difficulties. It is now time to introduce and to welcome the speakers of the day. I call Dr. Jasmine Christie, Coordinator, IQAC Loyola College of Education, Chennai, to welcome the gathering and to introduce the rector and the keynote speaker. Ma'am, the session is yours.
Warm greetings and heartfelt wishes from Loyola College of Education. It is a privilege representing our institution to extend a sincere welcome to all present here today. As we gather, we recognize God's guidance in orchestrating this webinar, following the wisdom of Psalm 127:1, unless the Lord builds a house, the builders labor in vain. Let's proceed with gratitude and reverence, acknowledging God's wisdom and blessings in all our endeavors. A warm and heartfelt welcome to our esteemed audience, including talented students, teachers, teacher educators, principals, members of Society of Jesus, and esteemed guests from across India and around the globe. who are joining our webinar. It is a privilege to have each of you with us for this enriching one-day international online webinar on empowering diversity, leading innovation in 21st century education. Together, we celebrate the pursuit of knowledge and the noble endeavor of education. Welcome, dear friends, colleagues, to this gathering of minds and hearts. It's truly an honor to warm welcome to Dr. Radha Mohan, a distinguished figure in the realm of education whose expertise spans over 3 decades. Ma'am's remarkable journey from a PhD in education at the University of Madras to her pivotal roles at esteemed institutions like Stella Matutina College of Education and Rajalakshmi College of Education is a testament to her dedication and passion for academia. As a prolific author and researcher, her contributions have significantly impacted educational practices, as evident through her involvement in various UGC projects and publications. Beyond her scholarly pursuits, Ma'am's commitment to curriculum and faculty development underscores a holistic approach to education. Her editorial role Director of Loyola Institutions, Chennai. His commitment to education and spiritual development deeply enriches our gathering. We eagerly look forward to the wisdom and insights you will share. Welcome, Father. With great pleasure and deep respect, I extend a warm welcome to our esteemed resource person for session 1 on inclusive leadership, Josephine Nancy Jagaselvan, Senior Product Owner, Information Systems at Harvard Medical University, USA. I am honored and delighted to extend a sincere and warm welcome to our resource person for session 2 on leaders of learning, Reverend Dr. Anthony Raj, SJ, an esteemed educationist and assistant professor specialized in neuroscience, Satya Nilayam, Chennai. With profound honor and genuine gratitude, I extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to Reverend Father V. Sahayaraj, SJ, Secretary of Loyola College of Education, Chennai, to this esteemed one-day international online webinar. Revered for his wisdom, spiritual guidance, and commitment to service. Father's presence enriches us all. Welcome, Father. It is with utmost pressure, and sincere appreciation that I extend a warm welcome to Dr. Mrs. L. Kulandai Teresa, Principal of Loyola College of Education, Chennai. We are honored to have such a distinguished leader amongst us, whose dedication and vision continue to enrich the educational landscape of our institution. Welcome, ma'am. A heartfelt welcome to the esteemed faculty, dedicated non-teaching staff, and bright students of Loyola College of Education. Your presence brings us immense joy as we celebrate our shared commitment to educational excellence. Let's unite, learn, and inspire together. Welcome, dear faculty, non-teaching staff, and students of Loyola College of Education. In the spirit of Helen Keller's wisdom, alone we can do so little, together we can do so much. Let's leverage the richness of our combined backgrounds. Through collaboration, we can weave a brighter future for education and beyond. Together, our potential is limitless. Welcome once again, and let us continue to strive for excellence together. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I now request Reverend Dr. Anthony Robinson, Rector, Loyola Institutions, Chennai, to felicitate the gathering.
Respected Dr. Radha Mohan, retired head of the School of Ethics, Governance, Culture and Social Systems, Chinmaya Vishwa Vidyapith, Kochi. Reverend Father Sahaya Vijayan, Secretary, Loyola College of Education. Dr. Kulandai Teres, Principal, Loyola College of Education. Dr. A. Jasmine Christie, Coordinator, IQAC, Loyola College of Education, and the organizer of this one-day international seminar. Esteemed faculty members of Loyola College of Education, ladies and gentlemen, revered educators, distinguished guests, and dear students, a very good morning to all of you. 3 words that will bring the meaning of the topic: empowering diversity, leading innovation in 21st century education, is fostering equitable future. These are the three words that comes to my mind when the topic was told to me, fostering equitable future. Today, I am before you to felicitate this international seminar on the topic of utmost importance, empowering diversity in education. In our rapidly evolving world where knowledge transcends borders and cultures, embracing diversity is not just a choice. It is an imperative. Let us explore how empowering diversity can be a catalyst for change, leading us towards a brighter and more innovative future. First of all, it plays a pivotal role. Embracing diversity is not merely about accommodating differences. It is about celebrating them. We must develop and implement policies that uphold equal opportunities for every child, transforming minds, transforming society. Embracing diversity transcends classrooms. It fosters empathy, understanding, and global citizenship. By exposing learners to diverse perspectives, languages, and cultures, we break down barriers and build bridges of harmony. As educators, we become catalysts for positive change, promoting peace and cooperation among nations. The transformative power of education. Now, the transformative power of education is the need of the 21st century. Education is not confined to textbooks and classrooms. It shapes lives, societies, and the world. And here are some key aspects that could be a transformative power for education. Knowledge as a key. Education unlocks potential. It equips minds with facts, skills, and critical thinking abilities. From basic literacy to specialized fields, knowledge provides the foundation upon which dreams are built. Igniting curiosity. Education fuels curiosity, encouraging questions, exploration, and wonder drives intellectual growth. Curiosity leads us to seek answers, unearthing new perspectives, and evolving as individuals. It's a lifelong learning. Education doesn't end with formal schooling. Lifelong learning enables us to adapt to a changing world, remain relevant, and contribute to the communities. Embracing a growth mindset empowers us throughout our lives. Shaping global citizens. Education fosters global citizenship. Exposure to diverse perspectives nurtures empathy and understanding. Let us be agents of positive change, breaking down barriers and promoting cooperation. In conclusion, empowering diversity and embracing innovation in education are not separate endeavors. They are intertwined. As we champion inclusive education, embracing diversity, we pave way for a brighter and more equitable future where everyone learns to thrive regardless of their background. I wish all the best for this international seminar organized by Loyola College of Education. Wishing you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Father, for your beautiful, endearing, and remarkable felicitation. Thank you especially for inspiring us to foster an equitable future. It is now time for us to hear from the person of the day. I now hand over this session to the keynote address speaker, Dr. Radha Mohan, retired head, School of Ethics, Governance, Culture, and Social Systems, Chinmaya Vishwavidyapith, Kochi, for her address. Ma'am, please, you may begin.
Yeah. It's the nervous part. So I do it. No, it's not coming in. If I hope it's the right screen.
Ma'am, the next one.
I'll try again. Sorry for the delay, all of you. Window. Stay open there. Yeah. Reverend Dr. Anthony Robinson, Rector, Loyola Institutions, Principal and Faculty, Principal Dr. Purandai Teresa and Faculty, Loyola College of Education, Dr. Jasmine Christie, Coordinator, IQAC, ladies and gentlemen, stakeholders of education all over, whoever are listening in, and colleagues. I deem it a great privilege to be called on to give the keynote address in today's webinar, which is such a vital field. Dr. Anthony Robinson has so clearly, highlighted the points, the things that we have to keep in mind. Diversity, inclusion, and equitable education for every single child. And this is what this whole webinar is about. So it's so wonderful that Loyola College of Education thought of this theme. Now, as we know, India has the largest young population in the world. And it is vital that we give the youth, our future citizens, livelihood education as well as gainful education. So let me begin with a quote. Diversity and inclusion, which are the real grounds for creativity, must remain at the center of what we do. So this is from the president of the famous fashion luxury brand, Gucci, Marco Bizzarri. Now, if you look into his Gucci, they are fashion brands, leather jackets and handbags, makeup, name it, and they are there. But if you look at the people who populate this country, this company, you will find diversity, inclusion, creativity, three things there. So the people there working for him are absolutely from all over the world, the diverse interests, diverse talents, inclusion of all kinds of people, all kinds of ethnic groups, creative in every single way. So this is the way we should go ahead. Now, just today's paper. Jasmine, am I audible?
Ma'am, you're audible, but the slide is not changing.
It's not seen?
It's the same. It's stuck up with the first slide.
Oh, I see.
Okay, Father.
Now? Okay. Now, today's newspaper.
No, ma'am, it's not. Excuse me, ma'am, it's not moving. Shall I present the PowerPoint?
Yeah, I think that's better. I told you, no? I get into this kind of.
Yes, ma'am.
What do I do now? I'll stop sharing.
Stop. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I think that's better. Stop sharing and get out of this. Back to the meet. Yeah. I'm on the third. Yeah, I finished the slide. Next slide. On the slide, I want actually today's Times of India, Hyderabad edition has a beautiful write-up on a Telangana lawyer called Ram Chalan. And he, during the COVID, had equipped a mobile van fully with, 32 LCDs, laptops, and Wi-Fi router, batteries, car battery actually, inverter generator. And he was able to teach the marginalized students in the rural areas who missed out because of COVID. They were able to make use of their smartphones. They were able to learn coding. And in fact, it was a great venture. And now it is 4 years down the lane, and he has extended it to various parts of Hyderabad. So this is something we have to keep in mind. So creativity, diversity, equitable education, and innovation. So that's the theme of this. And this is, you can see it all over India, actually. So when Jasmine presented this topic to me, a few stray thoughts came into my mind. One was, Jasmine, the slide before this. Yeah. Well, a key question is whether we as teacher educators, researchers, whatever we are, Are we creating children who are able to think critically and who are creative thinkers as well, who can answer the needs of the social and economic world of not only today, but tomorrow too? So as we know, every single day things are being, you get new apps, new things are being upgraded. So it is not just the skill that we have today that counts, but the battery, or what shall I say, a portfolio of skills which we have, which we should be able to use for any new thing that comes up in the future. So next slide. Next slide, Jasmine. With technology, the way knowledge is obtained, constructed, and communicated have completely transformed and altered. Now, this is, as you can see from my gray hair, I'm an old woman, and I did my PhD between 1985 and 87. Now, at that time, the government had introduced the computer literacy program. It had just come into India. So a few schools were equipped with the class program, CLASS. And my guide, who was a very forward-thinking person, and I too was fascinated by this, we started work on computer-aided instruction in teaching physics. And that time, there were very few computers about. So I bought a computer. My husband bought me one. I devised a program and went like a salesperson, tourist from school to school, and collected the data. That done, statistics done. But I had no review. There were no studies in India. So just by chance, my husband introduced me to his friend, Dr. Mujib, who was a scientist in the US, and he helped me get a lot of review of literature within a week. So this is the way it is. Knowledge is obtained. So I went from pillar to post. I couldn't get any knowledge, but I got it from the US through my husband's friend. But now you just have to click a button in India and you can get all the reviews that you want. But the thing is, you are so plagued, you get the plethora of knowledge, you get so much of information. You should have the critical thinking skills and the creativity plus problem solving skills to delve into all this knowledge and pick out what is relevant. What is it that you actually need? You're flooded with information, but not information. All information is not knowledge. So you have to be able to construct it, communicate it, and to spread the word, as it were. So technology shows the way, but we must have the skills to use it discreetly or discriminately. Next slide. Next slide. Now, this is a real case study. This again is a 15-year-old. This is 14 years old. This child, Laura Gloss, in 2006, presented a project for the Intel International Science Fair from New Mexico. And her theme of the project was to slow down the spread of the pandemic. This is long before the COVID hit us, 2006. Her simple solution for this was close schools and keep children at home. So this is a wonderful thing, of course, keeping the children at home and closing the schools. But she didn't just make a random choice like that. She just did a series of computer simulations of human interactions. And not only did she win the prize there, but she also set up a lot of strategies and motivated a lot of high-level research so that national policies came on, and it was used later on. Next slide. Next slide. The one before that. Her father was a scientist, Dr. Glass, and she used to stand behind him and watch him do his simulation. So that's how she got involved with this. So this is actually by observing. Now, her computer simulation, she did a rough study and she found that every child interacted with 140 children or people in school in a day. So she hypothesized a township of 10,000 people, and found if the schools were not closed and the kids were allowed to come to school, 5,000 people would be infected. Whereas close the schools and keep the kids at home would result in only 500 who would be affected by whatever pandemic hit the place. Now, this was developed and used by the Bush administration, and it was used extensively for H1N1 influenza and later on for COVID too. Her article, a 15-year-old girl, next slide, was published This came in the paper, and this child is actually a theologian. She doesn't like to be photographed, and she is into religion. But at the age of 15, this is what she looked like. And this was the newspaper heading, a good reason to skip class. It's a nice heading, actually. Next is the article. Next, her father and she and the team targeted social distancing design for pandemic influenza. So this is what we can do if we are able to think creatively and we are able to solve problems which are rampant all over. And this is what we as teachers should inculcate in our students today. Next. Now, this is a framework for the development of 21st century skills. Now, as we can see, we have 4 dimensions, as it were. We've got to deal with students, as we know, and as Father said it so clearly. Diversity is rampant. You've got students who are of all kinds, all types. So every classroom is heterogeneous as such. So we should be able to inculcate in them, bring this diversity together and bring inclusion as well as equitable education, which is a tough call, but we can do it. Again, we've got curriculum and instruction. Now you find this varies from place to place. In some places, not only is it CBSE or university or college, whatever, the curriculum will depend on the environment also. It will depend on the way you are living. The method of teaching will be dependent on the instruction given out. That too will depend on the environment in which we are placed, whether we are rural, urban, whether we are living, what kind of, whether you are in one of those international schools or in a government school, and so on. Methodology. Now, methodology is something, though in PED we go on and on about the methodology, it is like the COVID has shown to us, kind of students, what method are we going to use? Is it going to be one-to-one, or is it going to be hybrid or online, or it's going to be a field trip, or it depends. Learning environment, we can learn from anywhere, not just in brick and mortar schools. We can learn outside. We can, in fact, even from a panwala, you can learn. I learned how to use GPay from a panwala in Delhi, actually. I didn't know how to use it. So he sat down and taught me how to use it. So that's the learning environment. Similarly, learning environment could be when you go on an excursion or maybe trekking. It could be in a school. It could be in a lab. It could be when you're doing a street play. So it varies. Now, these are the 4 dimensions we have to keep in mind when thinking about diversity in students, curriculum, methodology, and learning environment. Now, the key subjects, in my days, it was just the 3 R's, arithmetic, reading, writing. Then slowly it moved on with the Kothari Commission and things changed. Now, in the 21st century, we've got to introduce themes which are interdisciplinary and which help in creating global citizens. Once again, as Father mentioned, global citizens are the need of the day. So which means they should have not only the 3 R's, etc., they should have life skills, career skills. They should be able to have the learning and innovation skills, information, media, technology skills. Now, life skills and career skills, every school, every college, every university has life skill training. And you have counselors. The thing is, you have to teach students to be able to take not only success, but also defeat, failure. Now, if you don't get into a course, there is no need to commit suicide. We've got to give them the tools with which they are able to deal with disappointments. They're able to move on ahead. They're able to, interact with empathy with people. They're able to accept all kinds of people. They're able to tolerate. So all this is a slow process. It starts from school and it goes on. So this is how it should carry on. Career skills, you have to be able to, identify skills in which the student shows potential and perhaps nurture it so as best you can so that she is on the right path. So life and career skills are vital, especially in this changing scenario. Learning and innovation skills are the 4 C's. Now, 4 C's is something which has been talked about incessantly right through. It has been, from days, quite a long while. Again, when you look through the World Education Economic Forum or you look into LinkedIn, you look into the NEP 2020, they talk about the 4 C's. 4 C's are the critical thinking, or these skills are critical thinking, communication, collaboration, and creativity. Now, when you're thinking of critical thinking skills, now in a school situation, when you have a child, now what is the critical thinking that you could train them in? A basic thing you could train them in is we are plagued with WhatsApp messages. You open your WhatsApp and you get hundreds of irrelevant messages. We should be able to think critically as to what exactly is relevant, what is not relevant. So we should be able to sort of sift the chaff from the wheat. Once again, looking at it, we should also be able to, there is so much of, what shall I say, fake news going on. So we should be able to discern whether the information that we are being plagued with is fake or true. So you have a lot of tools now which help you to, Google has, lenses and things. So you can find out whether the news is fake, true, whether you believe it. You should be able to think. So critical thinking is vital, especially in this, technologically fast moving world. We should be able to discern this. We should be able to discern right from wrong, morally, of course, right from wrong, true, false in information that is given to us, and also in the actions that we do, is it right or wrong? That's vital. Now, communication. Communication is not just saying hi and bye. That's not only communication. We should be able to communicate effectively with whoever we meet, whether it is our students, it is our fellow teachers in the staff room, or it is maybe if you're a doctor, you're the patients, or if you are meeting with anyone on the road, you should be able to communicate effectively. So this means oral abilities, oral communication, but it also means body language. It also means written skills. It also means digital etiquette. Now, when you write emails, hi, ma'am, that's not the way to write. You'll have to have a particular way of communicating. So this is important. They should be taught digital skills. They should be taught digital etiquette, actually. Communication, one-to-one, when they work as a team, when they work, when they are at home, how to build relationships with effective communication. Collaboration. Now, collaboration is something that you find quite common nowadays. You find that, again, the NEP does mention this, but we've been doing it before it. You have clusters of schools and they share their resources. So this way you get in touch with teachers from the other schools. You also get sharing of resources, and it's also economical. Students learn to collaborate. If they're doing a project, they can perhaps help out with another girl who's doing a similar project in another school. So this is something that we have to nurture right on from school. Creativity. Now we've got to give our students a lot of opportunities to be creative. Now this is again, years ago when I was a student in Stella Matutina, the Loyola College, I think it was the social work department or something, they came and they did a 3-day workshop on street plays. And till the date, I remember the thing. It was so creative. And I never knew street plays were so effective. You could really pass the word on. So that was that sort of thing. You'll have to think about it depending on your situation. Finally, information, media, and technology skills. These are the digital skills. So we should teach our students to discern information, whether it is relevant or not relevant, whether it is fake, and then not encourage things like body shaming and things on Facebook. Children get so upset with it. We should also teach them where to draw the line for technology skills. You should not be so addicted to your PlayStations, etc., that you shoot your parents dead. This happens so often in the North. So these are things which have to get in. So it's going to be a mix of teaching them skills, culture, life skills, and survival skills. Next slide. The essential skills of the future are 4 C's, as I have already mentioned, and in-demand skills, emphasizing the importance of skills over degrees in today's workforce environment. Now, this is something that is quite amazing. Down south in Trinalveli, you have some children, 9th standard children, who are excellent at coding, and they have passed many of the exams of the Microsoft, their technology tests, and they are working for Microsoft. So it's not necessary that you have a gold medal and hang a photo of yourself in the living room. It's not at all necessary. You need to have a portfolio, a basket of skills with which you are able to survive and make a good living and lead an enriching life. That's what's important. So we have to stress on skills, which is why the NAC also keeps talking about learning outcomes. So when the student gets out of your institution, they should have these skills. And unless they have these skills, they are not ready for the future. Next slide. Now diversity. Now diversity exists everywhere. As we see, students, all of us mostly are teachers, teacher educators, etc. You will see colleges and schools have a heterogeneous mix of students of all types, all denominations. Then you have global and local migrations. You have children coming from abroad. You have children going abroad. Then you have children from rural to urban areas, urban to rural areas. Then you have access to technology. Rural are not so well equipped. So now with this Telangana incident, I said the mobile van, children in rural areas could be helped too. Gender. Now gender, the glass ceiling for women is being cut off, luckily. Today's paper says that more women are required in the artificial intelligence sector. They are more suited for that, it seems. That was good news. So gender equality is vital. Economic status, you have very rich ones who come in the Benz and ones who come walking. So that is diversity at its peak. And marginalized communities, those who live in the hills, tribals, you have people all over who are marginalized. So bringing them inclusion and equitable education, equitable opportunities, and teaching all this with a base of creativity is what we should do. Next slide. Now, next, that was the students. Now the curriculum. Now, curriculum, as we see, we have a diverse bunch of students, which means we are going to have to deal with multiple cultures. So as teachers, we should be able to usher in these changes and inject it into our curriculum. So in our curriculum, which we have at present, instead of waiting for the National Council or whatever our ruling body is, we can take the step of revising our curriculum, looking into each unit that there is there, and injecting little bits of diversity, inclusion, ensuring equitable opportunities for all. So the ability to add diversity into everyday life is right at our fingertip. This is something I think January, I went to the University of Calicut, and they did a revised MEd curriculum program. So in that, they had to change all the objectives to learning outcomes, and every unit in their MEd syllabus, they had injected diversity, inclusion, activities, reading material, things, so that the curriculum was really great. So this is what we'll have to do. We don't have to wait for somebody to come and tell us to do something. We've got to do it ourselves. Next slide. Now we've got to weave in 21st century interdisciplinary themes into curriculum. So as I said already, the 3 R's, etc., geography, history, and so on. We can also include things like digital etiquette, robotics, coding, cooking, financial education, gardening, mental health, budgeting. All these develop critical thinking out of the box. Now this, I find that I'm also on the Academic Council of the St. Christopher's College of Education, and they are doing this. They have introduced a whole lot for the teacher trainings, a variety of themes, which are absolutely development of skill sets. And those students definitely enjoy those courses. Plus, they benefit because when they go to the schools, they can be hands-on. So this academy, snsacademy.org, this has a lot of activities, which if you're running a school, you could look into it, and you would be able to introduce many of these things into your curriculum. Next slide. Next slide. So the objective with the diverse students and a diverse curriculum is to teach them to reflect on their surroundings, to see patterns, not patterns in, patterns of society, patterns of relationships, to be able to sort of discern things, to ideate on new processes so that they are creative, to provide new solutions to problems. We've got to remember that we've stressed to our students, there is not only in maths, perhaps there is one unique solution. For life problems, you can have several solutions. So you let them solve it in their own way, creatively, and using their environmental risk constraints, as it were. and to be able to communicate effectively. Next. Next. So as far as curriculum goes, we've got to deconstruct the curriculum. We've got to sit down the whole, teaching force, as it were, evaluate and diversify the content. For example, in physics and chemistry, you might have a lot of overlap. So you could sort of make it an interdisciplinary thing so that they get the picture of the whole, not that this is the answer for physics and this is the answer for chemistry. Similarly, you must be inculcating diverse voices, diverse perspectives, so that they see a situation in different ways. It is not biased. They should have an open mind. They should be able to think out of the box. And we should give them a lot of opportunities for global awareness, financial, economic, business, entrepreneurship, literacy in all these things, civic literacy, health literacy, and environmental literacy. So this we can do. We don't need a national policy for this. We can sit down and do it in our environment, school environments. The next slide. Sir Ken Robinson, many of you may have heard of him. He was a very, very creative and outspoken education researcher, academician, and curriculum planner. So his take on curriculum is, it's about creating a movement in education in which people develop their own solutions, but with external support based on a personalized curriculum. So personalized curriculum, external support, your own solution. So I would, Jasmine, could you just click that link at the bottom for a minute? Just for 1 minute. I don't want it to go on. I just want them to. She is a Dehati English tutor. Coming on?
Ma'am, this is Nanda. A minute. We are taking a minute.
Oh, fine. Sorry.
Oh, no.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
No problem. 1 second, ma'am. I'm sharing it.
Yeah, just play it for 1 minute.
Great. And friends, in today's video, we are going to talk about how to speak English fluently and confidently without any hesitation, without any kind of problem. So let me tell you, friends, first of all, when I have started my journey, then I was unable, I can say I couldn't speak English fluently and confidently, but gradually I have learned, and now I can say I'm able enough to speak English fluently, and I don't feel like hesitation, and I don't regret about myself. Even though I make mistake, I don't regret about myself that I have made mistakes.
And then
I
can
couldn't
stop it.
speak English.
Okay, ma'am. Right.
Thank you. So that was merely, to give you an idea. So this lady, Dehati English tutor, please get back to the presentation.
Yes, ma'am. It is coming up.
The Dehati teacher, her husband lost his job. She's from Bihar. He lost his job due to an accident, and she was stuck up. So during COVID, she learned how to make YouTube videos, and she has a following of more than 3 lakhs. And she teaches English. As you can see, it's in the tax proof. She teaches English not only to the government children, school children, but to anyone who's interested in learning and speaking fairly good English. So this is what inclusion is about. The next slide. Now, so we've done students, we've done curriculum, we've now come to methodology. Methodology consists of, today's world is, plagued, I should say, by computers, smart devices, which threaten the integrity of knowledge and knowing by damaging the authority of teachers in classrooms, changing the way teachers are perceived. For example, if you are teaching, I'm a teacher teaching something, I say blah, 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 and then you find that a student with a smartphone looks into Google and says that my blah, blah is not quite right. So what happens is it erodes my confidence as a teacher. So the role of teacher in a school community is absolutely irreplaceable. But now we may not be the know-all, and we cannot also take the Google thing as the gospel truth, as it were. So we have to remember that our role may have slightly changed. We are guides, we are facilitators, maybe we are catalysts, we are coaches. So we move, paradigm shift from being the know-all teacher. We have become guides, facilitators, catalysts, and coach. We are going to lead our students to read correctly, to learn correctly, to discern what is right and wrong, to be able to find out if things are fake. So that's our job. Next slide. Now, celebrating diversity for an inclusive and equitable learning environment. Once again, what Father said, culturally, because we're teachers, most of us, culturally responsive teaching practices in education, highlighting its role in creating inclusive learning environment. So this is key. Now, since we have a heterogeneous group of students, it is very important that we do not victimize them in any way. We must be culturally responsive, and our teaching practice must reflect our compassion. Maybe their child is very poor. You can't expect him to do everything overnight when he has no access to any kind of digital gadget. Similarly, specific strategies involving administrators, parents, community, and all stakeholders. So this is important. And as I said, the Hyderabad Telangana gentleman who has his mobile van equipped with the latest. So that is the kind of strategies that we should think of. School administrators, stakeholders, and community, along with parents, can think of doing this to reach the rural poor. Similarly, involvement of parents and community in curriculum planning to facilitate diversity and inclusion. So this is important. When I was working in Chinmaya Vishwa Vidyapeeth, they had a commerce BCom, which they had offered, and they found there were not too many takers for that. So they had a meeting with all the stakeholders. They had a meeting of the students, the parents, and community, found out the need there, and they introduced BCom with CA. Then they had another BCom with, training for the UPSC exam. So we have to involve the community so that we are able to be relevant. Our education is giving the children the right type of skills that they need. Next slide. Three main skills of innovation are technical skills, know what and know how. Creative and critical thinking skills, which I've been talking about, imagination, observation, curiosity, etc. Behavioral and social skills, which are vital in my opinion. Self-confidence, energy, perseverance, passion, leadership, collaboration, and communication. So this is a mix of this. This is what the future future youth should know. We are going to be the largest youth in a few years from now. And it is our duty to see that they get a gainful employment and a good world to live in. So for that, they should be equipped with the skills that make it possible for them. And that is our duty today, to equip them with the skills. Next, we come to the last dimension, learning environment. Now, this is, as I said, not only schools, it is also exposure to real life situations. We are surrounded by technology all over, anywhere you go. So we give them opportunities to work as interns in real life education. Now, here I would like to share a small anecdote. Now, I think many of you may have read it a few days ago. This is in UP, in a rural village. They had some kind of celebration in that house, and all the guests went out and they left the front door open. There was this 8-year-old child with her niece, and they were sitting there on the sofa. A bunch of monkeys landed up. We went straight into the kitchen, and half of them came and were about to attack these two. So this girl was petrified, the 8-year-old girl. But she was able to think absolutely on her feet. She screamed, "Alexa, bark." And with the bark of the Alexa, all the monkeys just vanished into thin air. So this is technology at its best. And if we are teaching our children to use Alexa, it can be a saver. So this is how they are the good points in technology. Next slide. Now, how do we go about getting our students interested and using things. So today, our actions today are are painting the canvas of tomorrow. Our actions today are painting the canvas of tomorrow. So what we do now is what matters, so that we get a good tomorrow for our future. We may be there, we may not be there, but the future is bright. Next slide. Yeah, back to basic. Now, we finished with the 20th century was full of technology, physics, chemistry, maths, etc., engineering. Now, the 21st century rejects this focus only on the hard sciences and believes we need to have a nexus of social and contextual dimensions. So we've got to bring in social and contextual dimensions in whatever we teach, whether it is physics, chemistry, or history. Recognizing the symbiotic relationship between society and technology today is vital. So this is what we have to do. Next slide. Now this is just a 1 minute watch. Yeah, please play it. There's a, yeah. Yes, Nanda, you can change the slide. Next slide. So that is the behavioral and social skills. You can see the rapport between the grandfather and the grandson, the skill with which this tiny child is able to turn the things around, no fear of the fire. So all these things we can inculcate in our schools too from a young age, not cooking, but things like that. The confidence with which he turns it around, flings that plate out. Now I'll discuss a few case studies. These are real life case studies. Next slide. Now I live in Coimbatore, and here in one of the schools there was a 9th standard student who was a very good volleyball player. She plays in her inter-school competitions as well as at the district level. But she had a major problem because she was a very good-looking, smart girl, and she didn't like the smell of her t-shirt. No matter how much she washed it, it would not go. She couldn't get rid of the sweat smell. So the teachers then put their heads together and decided that they would use her interest in volleyball to raise her academic profile. Is it possible? And is it possible to blend her interest in sport with academic so that she gets transferable skills in real life situations? So her class teacher, who happened to be a chemistry teacher, encouraged her to, research this problem thoroughly and to present a blog to the class in the class blog, in the class web page. So she did that. Then she got serious about it, interacted with a whole lot of people, and decided to test whether silver nanoparticles and titanium dioxide nanoparticles could solve the problem. The problem was solved, and here you have Anita's future ready. So one, she knows how to think critically. Second, the problem she has been able to solve it. She was able to collaborate, and she was also able to communicate. So this is what we've got to teach our class. The next slide. This is again, while I was at Rajalakshmi College of Education, Sri Perambatoor it is. So our teaching practice was in Kanjipuram schools. So there was a 11th standard commerce student. She was from the weaver community and she was very passionate about hand-woven sarees. However, her problem was that the condition of the weavers remained pathetic they never seemed to be improving. They never seemed to be moving up the socio-economic state. So the status never moved up in spite of getting the best designer saris. So this was something that, worried her. So then after confiding with her school teacher, she planned a study on the value chain of hand-woven saris in Kanjipuram. She found out the cause. It was the middlemen who were eating up the money, giving very little to the weavers. So to solve this, she set about with her commerce teacher, designing a unique business model, did a lot of online marketing studies, and was able to facilitate direct online transactions between the weaver and the buyer. So this was very good in the sense she solved the problem, she raised the standard of living of the weavers, and now she was able to think critically, she was able to collaborate with the weavers, she was digitally also confident, being able to do the survey and all. Her career choice is also fixed with this. Next slide. Now this is a very interesting case actually. This is from Delhi slums. Now Tan Singh is a constable, Delhi constable, police constable there. And he was brought up in rampant poverty in the slums. Now, but he was determined that he should become a police officer because his father had wanted to be one and had not been able to become one. So he sort of, clawed his way studying and doing various things and qualified in the police constable exam. Now, in his speech around the various places, he found that a lot of street children were taking to drugs, were rag pickers and all, so they were getting into criminal activities. So he decided to set up this school, Tan Singh Ki Pathshala, and in this school, he was able to, because he was a constable, he was able to convince the parents to send their children to the school in the evenings. They were not eligible for any school because they did not know how to read, write, nothing. So he trained them up till the 6th standard so that they were fairly good and they got admission in government schools. Now this is still on. He has a lot of volunteers, he has a lot of endowments coming from various places, and one single man was able to achieve this. This is called Tan Singh Ki Pathshala. It is near the, there's a Sai Baba Koval there in Old Delhi and it is there. Next slide. Now, what are the strategies that we as stakeholders can keep in place? There are already plenty. So I'm just giving a bird's eye view of the strategies in place. You can add on your own when you work in your schools. Next slide. Zoho schools. I'm sure many of you may have heard of it. Now, this is a school which caters to, this is in Chennai and it is in the rural areas, mainly meant for the diversified children. 12th standard pass, and they have no plans of going for further education. They get a stipend of 10,000 rupees a month, boarding, lodging, and they are trained. At the end of the day, it is not a course where you get a degree or a diploma. When you get the skills that are required, you get a job. So this is in Tenkasi and this is in Chennai. It is started by a gentleman called Dr. Vembu. So if you have children who are tribal children, people in dire distress, you can send them along to this, look through the web page and get them to apply. And they get very good jobs. On the job training is there and they can rise up. The second, you would have heard of this too, Ajim Premji schools. This was first started because of diversity. Diversity and inclusion was the key theme. Now it has moved a little bit further with technology creeping in. So you have inclusion, it's in Karnataka, inclusion, problem solving, creativity and diversity. All kinds of children, they are taught in their mother tongue and they are taught how to deal with various situations, whether they are in the fields or whether they are working in slums or wherever they are. Schools such as SNS, which I had already shown you, these are the 4 C's plus life skills and career skills. Then you have the IITs have started the humanities and social science courses so that you get a symbiotic relationship between technology and society. And our students can be sent for Ignite courses like this, held by National Innovation Foundation. This is a platform wherein they are able to experiment and innovate. And you have an incubation cell, the IITM, where you get a lot of another platform. This is, there is a very good case study in this. You have this, you may have many of you who are from the deep south. One child has a grandmother who has Parkinson's disease, and she would be walking along, suddenly she'll fall flop on the floor. So this affected this grandson very much, and he devised a walking stick for her with sensors. So the moment there was a tremor, he would get an indication of it and he could rush and prevent the fall. So this has been patented by the IITM. So these are the kind of things we should do. Next slide. Last slide. So the last slide, this is, as I have gone through, a general overview is we can bring on drastic changes if we put our heart to it. So diversity, inclusion, and equitable opportunities is the key theme. And this we should be able to do with creative thinking and critical thinking. Education is our passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs only to the people who prepare for it today. So we've got to prepare it for it today. Malcolm X, many of you know, was a Muslim human activist in America, and he did a great deal of social activism and brought a lot of inclusion into their society. Next slide. So thank you one and all. It has been a pleasure. Thank you, all the people on the virtual dais and all the people who have been tuned in. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. Thank you, Jasmine.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for sensitizing us and speaking to us about creativity, diversity, and equitable education. And also for insisting in us the importance for education for tomorrow. And also for sensitizing us on the critical skills and saying especially that information is a knowledge, which is something I think this century's educationists desperately need to know. And thank you for your amazing scholarly and experiential address. Thank you very much, ma'am, from the bottom of our hearts.
Thank you all. Thanks.
I now call forward Mr. Saurabh Sarkar, first year Pedagogy of Biological Science, to thank the gathering.
Good morning. A warm welcome to all the guests and organizers on this beautiful and glorious day. I'm really gratified to deliver the word of thanks. First of all, I'm thankful to Almighty for giving us courage and spirit to organize this inaugural ceremony. This blessing is further this evening to grand success. I, on behalf of all the organizers, express a warm thanks to our director, Reverend Dr. Anthony Robinson Estate, Lecturer, Loyola Campus, Chennai, for felicitating the gathering. Father Secretary, Reverend Father B. Saharaj, State Secretary, Loyola College of Education, Chennai, and the principal for the support and guidance. I also extend my thanks to Professor Dr. A. Jasmine Christie, IQAC Coordinator, Loyola College of Education, for the welcome address and introducing our distinguished guests. I especially want to convey my sincere thanks to our keynote speaker, Dr. Radha Mohan, retired head of the School of Ethics, Governance, Culture, and Social People at Chinmaya Vishwavidyapeeth, Kochi, for spending her valuable time with us and enlightening us with her insights. I extend my gratitude to our resource persons, Joseph Nancy Selvan and Reverend Dr. P. Anthony Radhiste for joining in for the inaugural ceremony. I wish to thank all the teaching and non-teaching fraternity of Loyola College of Education for the contribution to make this event possible today. Last but not least, I thank all the audience for the significant presence in this video. I offer my gratitude to the members of the Society of Jesus, all the principals, faculty members, research scholars, and students across the globe for joining in. Thank you, and I wish you a pleasant day.
Thank you, Mr. Saurabh. And now, as we started with the ancient tradition of prayer, we start with the modern 21st century tradition of taking photographs of every event. I request all the members of the audience to please turn on your video camera so that we can take a virtual group photo. Apparently, that's the trend now, and we are following it.
How long can we smile?
Ma'am, just a minute more. And smiling is
Okay.
actually good for health. So the longer we smile, the better.
For health.
Thank you very much, ma'am. It was truly an elevating session. Thank you very much. I am Father Sahaya
Thank
Raj,
you. Thank you.
Secretary of the college. It was a pleasure listening to both Father Rector and the keynote speaker. Thank you. Thank you both. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, fathers. Thank you, audience. So the next session will begin at 11 o'clock exactly. I request all the members of the audience to please be present exactly at 11 o'clock in the same link for the next session. Thank you. Signing off.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Jasmine, can I sit through the next one too?
Yes, ma'am. Definitely, you can join us for the whole day. Thank you.
Pleasure. Okay then.
Thank
So
you.
see you at 11.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
ma'am.
Thank you, all of you. Thank you.
Hello. Good morning. Um, we will be starting the sessions shortly.
A very warm welcome to one and all present. I'm Rebecca Hawkes from the Pedagogy of English, and I'm delighted to be the MC for this session. Dear participants, I request all of you to please turn off your camera and mute your audio to ensure the smooth functioning of this session. I deem it my privilege to welcome our guest speaker for this session, Josephine Nancy Jagasalvan. Amidst the diverse landscape of our workplaces and institutions, what qualities should a leader possess? What sets apart a leader in the 21st century amidst its challenges? In today's scenario, we encounter challenges not only as leaders, but also in understanding and meeting the diverse needs of those around us. Embracing diversity can be advantageous if we unite and recognize the strengths in others. The traits and inclusive attitude of a leader greatly influence the outcome and joint efforts of the working of any organization. Today, Josephine Nancy Jagaselvan is here to shed light on these topics with professional advice, considering her own line of expertise. We are delighted and grateful to have you with us today, ma'am. Now I call upon Ms. Amiaka Lingwa from the first year Pedagogy of English to introduce our guest speaker for this session. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of Loyola College of Education, I, Ms. Amiaka Lingwa, first year student of Bachelor of Education, heartily welcome each and every one of you joining us today in this seminar on inclusive leadership. This seminar is a platform to explore the power of inclusive leadership and how it can impact and make a real difference in our organizations and communities. We have an esteemed speaker lined up for you, someone who is a true expert in the field of inclusive leadership. She has a wealth of knowledge and experience to share, which will provide us valuable insights on promoting diversity, fostering inclusion, and driving positive change. I heartily welcome our resource person, Josephine Nancy Jagaselvan. She was raised and brought up in Chennai, and after moving to United States in 1997, she now lives with her husband and 3 children. She graduated with Bachelor's in Industrial Engineering from Anna University and is a Master of Liberal Arts. She was hired by Harvard University in 2015 and has been working as a Senior Product Owner in Information Systems at Harvard Medical School since 2020. She implemented many projects and has done many formal presentations. Nancy also volunteered as Director of Women's Ministries for Crossroads Worship Center. She led a team of 12 women to facilitate events and retreat for women. She has spoken several times at these events to motivate and uplift women. Outside of work, she enjoys spending time with her family and friends, reading, walking, and enjoying nature. Welcome. I would love to welcome our Reverend Father V. Sahairaj S.J., Secretary, Loyola College of Education, who has been a guiding light for each and every one of us. Welcome, Father. I welcome our beloved Principal, Dr. L. Kulandai Tharisal, who has been a source of inspiration and motivation for us. Welcome, ma'am. I welcome all our teaching and non-teaching faculty, and last but not least, a hearty welcome to all the bright and eager student teachers present here. Welcome, friends. I have no doubt that you will leave here feeling inspired and ready to make a positive impact. Get ready to be challenged and equipped with practical strategies to become effective, inclusive leaders. Let us dive in and learn together how we can create inclusive environments and become effective leaders. Let us create a more inclusive world together. Welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Amiaka. Without further ado, I request you, ma'am, to take over the session.
Thank you so much. Good morning to everyone. Good night here. And I'm glad to be here again this year. Thank you for this opportunity. I truly enjoyed presenting last year. I consider this as an absolute privilege. to be in your midst to present on the topic of inclusive leadership. I want to thank Reverend Dr. Anthony Robinson, SJ Rector for Loyola College, Reverend Father Sahairaj V. SJ, Secretary of Loyola College LCE, Dr. L. Kulanday Terasal, Principal of ICE, and Dr. Jasmine Christie, IQAC Coordinator as well. Thank you for this opportunity. So, my journey about diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging started when I experienced disparity in United States working here, because we talked about underrepresented, marginalized community. I am considered one of the underrepresented population in United States because, as you can imagine, there are so many nationalities in the United States, and any person who is a woman and a woman of color, as we are called, we are more underrepresented. So I started to learn more about this, about the diversity, equity, and inclusion. And because there is still racial and gender discrimination at workplace in United States, even with the best educators, and we call it the DEIB offices, which is the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging Office. And I have started to take courses at Harvard University. Racial equity and inclusive leadership have really revolutionized my thinking about diversity and inclusion. It really motivated me to take actions and become an advocate for someone like me who is considered underprivileged and underrepresented in corporate America. So, this experience combined with learning gave me that passion and momentum to be that inclusive leader at work. What do we mean by inclusive leader? It is to create this safe space for my team, for the project team who I work with. And I hope I can speak to all of you here. I'm speaking to the faculty, non-faculty, and also staff, and the students as well. I would definitely challenge you to think about the leadership, which is being more inclusive in this case. And if you want to be really effective and you want to influence others, as Dr. Radha Mohan talked about, for all the diverse background, the students who come from those backgrounds. In that case, if you really want to be that leader, you can lean in and listen. I really hope to help you make a difference in other people's lives. If I can create a small spark in your life to become a guiding post to others, then I will be greatly satisfied. So, can you help me by putting in the chat if you really want to make a difference for your students, for the educators themselves who you work with? Thank you. And before I begin my presentation, I want to really call out some of the sources that I have used for this presentation. So I am going to start presenting as I am talking. Okay, all right. So I am going to call out the sources. So the first book that I have referred to is from The Waymakers: Clearing the Path to Workplace Equity by Tara J. Frank. And I'm also taking some of the quotes from More Leaders program written by Brian McDonald, the president of More Associates, and from a book called Inclusive Leader, written by How to Be an Inclusive Leader by Jennifer Brown, Some of the images, what you're going to see, has been taken from Adobe's photo stock. And as you can see, I have used generative AI to build some of these images. And you can also tell the presentation has been utilized by Microsoft software as well, which uses AI in the background. Um, so I am going to just have this agenda of some of the subtopics, what consists of becoming an inclusive leader. And so Tara J. Frank, in her book, Waymaker Clearing the Path to Workplace Equity, says human problems call for human solutions. In fact, this is where the power lies. So we have to know people to care about them. We have to care about people to invite them in. We have to invite them in to share our world with them, a world that includes power, position, and possibilities. So we have to see beyond our own discomfort and limited experiences, understand the role we play in driving equity, and unconsciously blocking it. So we have to make a way. So these are some of the subtopics that I would be talking about. So I want to establish common ground about being a leader before we talk about inclusive leadership. So here, the leader is not about having power or position. So leadership is not automatically attached to a formal position. It is about how you behave, regardless of title or role. So, what do you think a leader should be? You can type in the chat if you want. So, leading is not just about telling people what to do. Being a leader is also not to have always the center stage. Sometimes you are put in the center stage or limelight, but not all the time. You should be willing to let others take the lead as well. So, what is the true pinnacle of a leader? That is to let others lead. So, as an educator, you are already a leader. You're leading your peers, your classmates, your students, other teachers, helping administrators. So, leadership is a process and the qualities evolve over time. So, your time here at college or any institution can become a learning lab where you can take risks, step out of your comfort zone to test out new ideas. So, testing out new ideas means you have to really block time in your calendar to think, to focus, to do better, to step out of your comfort zone, to let others lead from where they are at. So, if we believe that every human being has value and potential, then we need leaders who are committed to be that kind of a leader who help others contribute their value and fulfill their potential. So this is about becoming that leader where you can lead and also let others lead. You have to definitely create space for others to lead. As you know, people come from different backgrounds. They may not feel comfortable to be that leader what you're expecting them to be. I think Dr. Radha Mohan shared some examples of how some of the high school students were becoming leaders in their own right. So, how can they become a leader? They have followed someone. They have either followed a parent or a teacher or someone who was a mentor in their life. So, that's what a leader is all about. So, as a leader, think about how you see yourself. So, we call here each component as identity. So, you can see the race, ethnicity, job function, organizational culture, your personality, your style. How is your communication style? How do you communicate to others? So, what is the national society? And what are your religious beliefs? And what is your age, your generation, your religion, your gender, your family background? So what does all these matter? Why do we have to talk about all these things? It matters because when you know who you are, then it will lead into what kind of bias. So we are going to talk about bias in the next few slides. So as a human being, we need to understand what type of bias do I carry and how do I regulate them. So it is natural for us to have bias. And why should we think about this or even be aware of that? This will impact, we have to be aware of this because this will impact how much of a safe space can you give others to lead or flourish at work and to be an inclusive leader. So Tara J says, when we care about defending our idea of who we are, then what we do, about how we impact other human beings, we get entrenched in ideology, which includes feeling right about our actions and wronged when others call us on it, rather than leaning into the opportunity to learn and become more conscious and compassionate people. I think all of us are talking more about the compassion for others. So that's why I would say you have to start thinking about how do you see yourself. So, talking about the unconscious bias, you can see here it is we carry some of the assumptions or beliefs, what we have in favor or against a person or a group of people. So this is very unintentional. It is very unconscious as well. It can even happen outside of our awareness. So they start forming when you are very young. So your unconscious biases can be directly opposed sometimes to your beliefs and values. We all have biases, and many are very uncomfortable. And sometimes we are even ashamed that we have them. It's not a proud moment when you realize that not only you're biased, but that your workplace was built by some people to work only for some people. And that many in the same workplace feel that they have to fit in. So we try constantly to fit in and make some choices to fit in. And so Jennifer Brown in her book says, you have to really think about what are some of the opportunities to challenge the past and use your voice to shape a better future? Dr. Radha Mohan talked about shaping that future, but how can you do that unless you address your own biases? Sometimes you can make unfair assumptions, preferential treatment. How can we change this? So I am definitely challenging you to think about some of these questions so you can challenge your biases. So some of these biases are stereotypes for a certain group of people. For example, in the United States, people think Asian Americans are hardworking, they are intelligent, so they stereotype them to a certain degree that you have to perform in that way because it's unconscious for people to think about us like that. And sometimes it's prejudice that can happen automatically. There is a trigger. If you see someone who looks like certain type of people, then your brain is making quickly judgments and assessments of people and situations. So you are actually influenced by your background, your cultural environment, and personal experiences. So let's keep talking more. So, in order to find out what we can do about these biases, we have to also understand about the sources of unconscious bias. So we can see here affinity bias. So we can be favoring some people who share similarities like us. And sometimes we see ourselves in that person. And confirmation bias is something that you have an initial opinion about a person, and you are definitely looking for evidence to support this judgment or belief. And you overlook some of the evidences which contradicts your original belief. And there is a perception bias, and this is forming assumptions about a particular group. There is a possibility you defer um, male employees for their opinions, or a biased supervisor may not promote a new mother for a more demanding role. Supervisors can overlook men for soft tasks or projects to refuse to give them parental leave. So bias sometimes is based on appearance. It You may possibly choose a more attractive person, that can happen, or agree with anything a group or people have to say. So, why do we care so much about this? Unless we are aware of the bias, we will not know how to regulate this. So, how can we regulate? Let's look more. So, we talked about this emotional intelligence even last year when I was doing a presentation on strategic leadership. So, the emotional intelligence comes into play a lot these times, in these modern times, when we talk about leadership. So, emotional intelligence is so important for being a leader because we just cannot check out our emotions at the door when we come to work. So, this model of emotional intelligence says that you have to be self aware and you have to understand and recognize your own emotions, your own biases, so that you can have some self regulation. So, you would be able to regulate and manage your emotions. Why do you have to do that? So that you have to identify what's my motivation, what's my inner needs and goals before even you can show empathy for another person, even to understand how others are feeling. So, without the first three steps, you just cannot show empathy. And also, you can't have the social skills of being able to interact with others. I think we heard in the previous speech that we need the life skills. This is basically the social skill that sometimes we lack in the Indian education. I can tell that because I was raised in India and I got educated in India. And we never really was able to have these social skills of even communicating to others. So I had to learn everything, whether it was vocal communication or written communication, I had to relearn everything. So I would recommend that you pay attention to these social skills, you pay attention to the life skills, because you are learning in college more, it's more theoretical now, but how do you make that more practical when you go out into the world to be an educator, when you're talking to your students? So this is very important for that. So the next topic, we are jumping into the next topic of diversity. So what does diversity look like? What does it mean? So you are looking at a diverse set of people here. So they are so talented in many different ways. So you have to support this diverse background people so that they can thrive in their career as an educator. Otherwise, they cannot thrive. And this is so important because we want to see diverse talents in the leadership. If you cannot support them, if you cannot help them thrive in your organization, they will disperse, they will leave your organization. Because sometimes, as the previous speaker spoke, that sometimes the background may be so different that you have to give them a different playing ground, meaning for a person who do not have any facility at home, that student coming into your classroom may need additional help from you so that they can thrive in your classroom. Or for a staff or faculty, you might have to give them additional help so that they can thrive to become that leader you want them to be at work. Even in the United States, we still see this disparity because there was a survey taken in 2002, and they found only three Fortune 500 companies have CEOs who are people of color, people who are black or brown, and only 4.8% are women among all the CEOs in the United States. So you can see that that people have to make conscious efforts to promote diversity. And I want to show you the diversity dimensions. I think Dr. Radha Mohan did a great job of showing them. I think this is more international. When you look at this, there is nationality, race, ethnicity, and you can see there are so many dimensions that a person brings into the workplace. It is not just their education. You are basically looking at, what is their family status? Do they have any disability, any religious differences, socioeconomic status? And care responsibilities and hobbies and so many things, because all these make up the person who come to work for you or a student who is in the classroom with you. So you have to be aware of all this. So leaders can actually create a culture of belonging where everyone can thrive in countless ways when you understand all of this. So when you have that spark, you start to see all the opportunities to better support others. You want to do more. So the next one is the diversity as a critical aspect for leadership. So diversity is a general term which includes many dimensions or identities that you have. So we have to identify that we can be similar in some things, but different in so many ways. But we can celebrate these differences. Not everyone have to be like us. We have to learn to embrace with all skills and abilities that each person brings. So can you put in the chat, are you willing to accept and help each other progress at work and even in your classrooms? Please ask yourself this question. So, what does it mean to be inclusive? So, it is some sort of a spark to do something better. So, this spark lives inside of leaders almost like a pilot light. So, it's always there, ready, and waiting to create a bigger flame. So, being inclusive is something that you can develop. You want something that you want to do really better. It's not because you're superior, but have a better future for yourself and for others. So, the power of being an inclusive leader is all about constantly learning and looking for ways to build a team that is diverse and have complementary skills and perspectives. So, this can be true for your students who can be from a diverse background, but they might have so many skills and talents. So, how do we help develop others to grow in their contributions? So, that will make you an inclusive leader to build strong relationships, fostering a supporting community of leaders. So, you have to constantly learn more about what what you don't know when it comes to cultural competency, we say, to understand other cultures so that you can better resonate across difference and maintain trust. So Tara J. Frank says, we the people have creative energy and free will. We can also harness gravity and momentum. Said more plainly, if enough of us push in the same direction at the same time, change is indeed possible. It could be a curriculum change, it could be an organizational change, it could be something you want to adapt in your classroom or something in your staff meeting or anything so you could be inclusive. Just remember, being inclusive means it's the opposite of excluding someone from your meetings, excluding someone from your classrooms. So, Only if you see ourselves as having an active role in the change, that's when we have that power of being an inclusive leader. So, how does an inclusive leader look like? So, if you want to become an inclusive leader, or a teacher, or a counselor, or a guide, then you have to be intentional, have more vigilance, care for people around you. So you can see here, they are climbing the same career ladder, but they are helping each other. So when you start to think about others, how to lead them, you automatically become an inclusive leader. So I want to encourage you to reflect and post if this is what you want for yourself and for others. So sometimes we want people above us to be inclusive leader. What about start being an inclusive leader yourself? So can this phenomenon start with us first? So the rewards may not be immediate, but you will get the satisfaction of being that leader at your college, with your family, and even with your friends. So being an inclusive leader comes with a lot of benefits. I know it's a lot of work, that you have to be authentic, you have to be vulnerable, but you can bring yourself to workplace and you can be vulnerable and authentic before your staff, before your students. That can create a space in which others can do the same. So this will help to stretch forward others and calculate and take calculated risk. I can share an example. As our interim CIO, he posted in one of the intranet channel that he has not been feeling well. So he has been apologizing and saying, I'm not myself this entire week. So bear with me and, give that grace to others if they are not feeling well, if they are not doing well. So that created a really good momentum among our 180 people within that team, that we all started to say, oh, yeah, sure, feel better. And, yes, we want to show grace for others. We want to acknowledge what people are going through, what challenges that they have, and we want to understand and empathize. So when do you really empathize with other people? Only when you have room, when you have created a space that others can express themselves. That's when you can become an inclusive leader. So we talk about this term called psychological safety. So this is a safe space of freedom for people who are around you. Can be your family, your friends, your staff, your students. You are basically giving them that freedom to show up as they are, with their gifts, their ideas, their personality, potential, without feeling the need to suppress or minimize their contribution for fear that you may not listen or understand or like or value. So we say this term in the diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging space. We say that I want to be heard, I want to be seen, and I want to be valued. So if you think about it, you want all of this for yourself. So how about creating that space for others too? So this psychological safety will actually open up a lot of things when you create this environment wherever you are, where all voices are valued, all perspectives are welcomed. So, where people find it safe to speak up, and you encourage them and you make them feel safe to be vulnerable. So, I have done this with my own team. I know we have a small team, but we brainstorm ideas and I really want to hear from them. There are times that I have to override some of those ideas, but I always talk through with them and say this is the reason why we are overriding. So we collaborate with each other. I know you're all talking about collaboration, creativity. So creativity comes when you collaborate together, when you bring all the talents together, when everyone are working together, that's when you will become more innovative and creative. So I think there are so many research that shows that when someone has this psychological safety to come to work or be at in the classroom where they are able to express their ideas, that's when you can become more creative. So how can you be more critical, thinking more critically, unless you voice your opinion? So this I really hope this will help to bring that voice where all voices are valued at your classroom, at your staff room as well, staff meeting as well. So there are some advantages of this psychological safety. It could be staff or it could be students. So they won't fear threats to their personal or interpersonal identity or where they stand. So they feel free to contribute, even when they have unconventional ideas. So you definitely want to even foster unconventional ideas, because if you read about people who are inventors, they had a lot of unconventional ideas, because if somebody stopped Steve Jobs, then he would not have created iPhone, the smartphone what we have today. So those are unconventional ideas that inventors came out with. So those are some of the things that we have to help your students and staff to bring their authentic selves to work. So lack of safety becomes evident in obvious acts of discrimination. So staff can bring unlimited creativity inspired by their own unique life experiences. So I really want to encourage you. So I want to give you it's not so much of a good news. There is no such organization where there is 100% psychological safety, but we talk about this a lot because this is so much needed. It may not be 100% today, but it can improve. Even if you have 50% of psychological safety, then that will really bring the creativity, the innovation, what you're looking for in your students, in your education, and everywhere. So I really encourage you for this. So we talked about so much about empathy. So empathy is foundational to leading inclusively. So when we are unable to imagine another person's experience, we struggle to meet them where they are. So if we cannot meet them where they are, it's really hard to walk alongside them to new places where they might better thrive. So there could be a student coming in who have a completely different learning style. So you may have to accommodate to certain extent. I'm sure there are various learning methods that students can adopt. So there is this new diverse set of students who are coming up who are neurodivergent. So they do not learn in a traditional way. And in the US, we have the privilege of having accommodations for those students. So, for example, the person that I know of has this attention deficit disorder for inattentive type, and the school gives them accommodation so they can have 1.5 times of testing so that they could actually do well in their tests and exams, and also they can be seated in a separate room without any noise around them, because some students react differently for noises. They can't really take those noises and focus. So some of these students have a tough time focusing. I'm not saying that you have to make accommodations tomorrow, but you may want to think about those things. And we have education specialists who take care of these accommodations. So there are some neuropsychological evaluations that these students go through in order to find out how well they do, how much they can pay attention to classroom education. So probably that could be a new way of education in the future where you can accommodate. So some of the students actually receive accommodation in high school, which is all the way until 12th grade, and also they can carry over to college as well with these kind of accommodations. So this is basically to show empathy for neurodivergent students. So that's why empathy is really important as well. So the next one I want to say is humility. So Jennifer Brown in her book says The Catalyst, leading think tank focused on diversity and inclusion, they conducted a global study in 2014 where they sought to determine perceptions of inclusive leadership across 6 countries. So the study revealed that one of the most significant indicators of an inclusive leader is humility. So, humility can be defined as admitting mistakes, learning from criticism and different points of view, acknowledging and seeking contributions of others to overcome one's limitations. So, the measure of your leadership is not having a perfect performance, but acknowledging imperfect performance. So, when you commit to personal development of yourself, you have to admit that your past behaviors and actions were not always perfect. So, when you are humble, you will be the first person to acknowledge that you cannot be perfect. No one can be perfect in everything. We strive to do our best. So, this is one of the basic qualities that I would say of becoming a inclusive leader. And another one is being courageous. So fear is a reaction, courage is a decision. So as an inclusive leader, you are becoming the waymaker for your peers, your students, and the people around you. So then, as waymakers for the inclusive leader, there is a new term that has been coined by this author and Tara J. Frank called Waymaker. So if you want to become this waymaker, you will lead with courage, viewing people and process decisions through a lens of possibility. You cannot be transformational and universally liked at the same time. So you have to understand that. True change always leaves something or someone behind. So, are you going to be undeterred by opposition? So, when you are changing your curriculum, there will be opposition from whoever it may come from. So, when challenged, can you stand on your principles and forge ahead? Can you believe that what will be is greater than what has been for an equitable workforce, equitable education? So, to summarize all of this, so how do inclusive leaders handle bias and assumptions? So, you have to be aware of your own bias and assumptions, and you can take action. So, this is the EACH method. E stands for empowerment. You can actually let your team or let your students lead to develop and excel by sharing information, encourage creative thinking. And A stands for accountability. So you're demonstrating confidence in direct reports or people who report to you, who you manage, or who you are teaching by holding them responsible for performance that they can control. And humility, you admit mistakes, you accept and learn from criticism, and you are seeking contributions of others to overcome limitations. And C stands for courage. So you're putting your personal interest aside to achieve what needs to be done. You act on convictions and principles even when it requires personal risk taking. So my question is, are you willing to take that road of being courageous? of acting on your convictions. If you think there needs to be an equitable education to everyone, can you take that action of doing that in your own space? It could be so many other things, helping others, now providing that equitable financial aid, helping others with education, paying for education. So there are so many things that you can see being an inclusive leader can actually bring that change in people's lives. So these are some of the benefits of being an inclusive leader. So you can definitely see there will be greater productivity. We always talk about creativity and innovation. And if you really want that, then inclusivity is so important. Inclusion is so important. And more imaginative problem solving. So the previous speaker talked about how this young girl was able to provide solution for the weavers and come up with that solution. Unless she took action, there could not be any solution. And better decisions, even when you are planning together and strategically prioritizing some of the things for the organization, and increased engagement. So when you are inclusive of all the people from the diverse background, then they will feel that they are part of your team. Otherwise, they just come to the meetings, they listen, and they leave. And being that inclusive leader, you can have that excellence of work. I know IQAC, you all did a wonderful job because you came together. You included everyone, even the students, to provide that introduction. So that's a great classic scenario of inclusive leadership. Now you can see that you have achieved that excellence of providing this one-day seminar. So, and it provides more effective communication. And best of all, you will be able to attract, retain, and develop diverse talent and students. So there is a continuum of diversity, inclusion, equity, and equity as well. So in the beginning, you think diversity is a compliance related and simply to be tolerated. It's someone else's job. So you are totally unaware. So today, if you have listened to all these lectures, you are being aware of what to be this inclusive leader. So you have a role to play to educate yourself and how best to move forward. And you can move into this active role of shifting your priorities and finding your voice as you begin to take meaningful action to support others. And the fourth continuum is to become an active advocate, proactively and consistently confronting discrimination and working to bring the change in order to prevent it on a systemic level. So it's up to you to reflect and become active in this continuum. So this is a recap of what we are learning. So you move from unaware to aware in this stage, and then you become active, being an inclusive leader and an advocate. So I was unaware of what it means to be inclusion at workplace. And then I moved to the aware when I went through these courses and I learned what does the research say? What are people going through? Why is there so much disparity at work? And then I became actively talking about how can I help. So I'm part of this employee resource group where all the Asians get together, and also I attend a lot of the equity, diversity, inclusion, and belonging. We call them EDIB at Harvard. So I attend their meetings. So I was actively participating. And then at some point, I thought, I need to become an advocate. I want to bring awareness for people about this inclusion. So I started to talk about at work. I started to share my perspective in many of the leaders program, and now I'm doing the same. So as I introduced the term waymakers, so it's basically to make a way for others means facing hard truths, taking responsibility for your role in changing them, and building bridges. I'm sure Father had talked about Father Reverend Dr. Anthony Robinson. He talked about building bridges between yourself and the people for whom you will forge the path to equity. So it's never going to be easy as a waymaker, aka inclusive leader. There are hard truths that you are facing and responsibility to change. So you are building a bridge between yourself and the other people. So it is not an easy path. Unless you're willing to go through this path, you will definitely be satisfied when you start walking in this path. Because otherwise, how else can we bring this equitable education, equitable workplace, unless we start to be that change in this world? I want to share this picture with you. So this picture, so I've gone through a lot of diversity training courses, and this picture really brings home everything about inequality. So you can see here about all of these terms that we use. So inequality, you can see here, it's shown by using a simple apple tree. So you can see this left-hand side, this person has access to all the apples. On the other side, that person is standing there, he has absolutely no access. He is standing under the tree, the same tree as the person on the left. But this person has the question mark because he or she is saying, what access? I don't have access to anything. So let's move to the right, equality. So it's evenly distributed. You are giving them a ladder and giving them tools and assistance. But still, there is also no apples on the side of the person on the right side. Yes, they have two ladders at this, two equal ladders, but look at the apples on the left side and the right side. There's not that many. So this is what creating that equality means. And then let's talk about equity. So here, custom tools that identify and address inequality. So this is what we are talking about. Look at the height of the ladders. It's different because the other person has no access to the apples. Even then, even after you lifted the ladder, still that person has very less access to apples. So this is what we call equity. So this is kind of like saying a level playing ground for each and every person to have access to resources for education and everything. So when you look at justice, here is when that both the person on the left and the right has equal access. There is equal ladder here, and you can also see that the branches are being strengthened because you can see the person on the right, he or she is getting apples, but that branch is so thin it can break at any point of time. So this is basically to provide that equal access to everyone. It could be education, it could be work, it could be leadership, promotion, hiring, it could be anything. So I really want to put this picture in front of you to remember what equity and justice and equality means. So Dr. Martin Luther King wrote this letter from Birmingham jail. He said, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. So we are caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny. Whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. So I want to leave you with this. that we need to lead together. So leadership is not leadership unless it's uncomfortable. So as leaders, we lead from where we are, and if we allow others to lead, even if it's very uncomfortable. So if you take leadership seriously, then you can build a team with diverse and complementary skills and perspectives. We all manage tasks or do things every day, but leading is more intentional to think. Can we delegate things to others? So we can actually pay attention to higher level of work for creativity and innovation. So you can become that strategic, that inclusive leader to do the right things. So let us become an authentic leader so our actions will speak louder than our words to reflect who we are. So we want to have a future vision to set the direction for us, for our college, for our school, for our students, for our faculty, our institution, and for everyone who we represent. So let us become the champions of continuous learning and developing others by coaching, by empowering, by educating, by giving a chance, by developing people to grow in their contributions. So, this is the power of leading together and becoming an inclusive leader. So, anyone can be that leader, but we want to become a waymaker. So, it should be our internal desire to use our power, our position, and talent to leave the world and the people in it better than you found them. So, waymakers, as a waymaker, my action should be bringing others along as a privilege and opportunity to use the access I've been granted and the gifts I have to multiply good in the world. So, as an inclusive leader, we want to lead from a place of curiosity, generosity, and deliberations. So, leadership is a calling. So, lead beyond your objectives, beyond your expectations, your inner goals and desires toward a workplace where all employees, all students can thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for delivering such an insightful and engaging session. It was both very educational and captivating. Most importantly, I felt that the points you made were very clear. So, thank you for that. The session is now open to the forum for questions. Participants, you are welcome to post your questions in the chat box or to unmute and ask your questions directly to the resource person.
Someone is raising their hands, I can see.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Hello. Yes. In storytelling and the visual arts. What are the ethics behind it?
Sorry, I could not hear your entire question. Can you please repeat?
Yes, I did. In storytelling and the visual arts. What are the ethics behind it?
Sir, excuse me, sir. We are not able to hear clearly. You can otherwise post the question in the chat box. So, Nancy, I'll just read the question sir wants to ask you. How is empathy portrayed in storytelling and the visual arts? What are the ethics behind it?
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Sure. I'm not sure if I can answer all part of that question. So you can definitely the tone that
Yes.
you speak during the storytelling will show
Yes.
empathy towards others. And also,
Yes.
I can't really say there is ethics behind storytelling because
Yes.
you don't want to really offend anyone. I think that is kind of a moral behind
Yes, ma'am.
any storytelling, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
You definitely want to embrace cultural differences. You don't
Yes.
want to really offend anyone, not
Yes.
knowing, because
Yes.
you should be able to. Sometimes we may speak without knowing all the information. You should also be able to apologize if you
Yes.
misspoke some of the things.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. I understand.
Okay.
Thank
Okay.
you, ma'am.
Yes, please.
I loved your session. It was absolutely beautiful. The visuals, the visuals were fantastic, absolutely. So self-explanatory. So congratulations. I think I've learned a lot
Oh,
on
thank you. I did too.
inclusion and leadership. It's beautiful. So thank you. I loved it.
Oh, thank you so much. I wish I could do the doctorate under you as well.
Oh, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. I see a lot of comments. Thank you so much.
We have received a few more questions.
Okay.
I'll just read them out, ma'am.
Sure.
What strategies do you employ to ensure that all voices are heard and valued within your team or organization?
Sure. So I think as I talked about the psychological safety, so during our meetings, we actually help others to voice their opinion. You wait for their turn. Sometimes people don't speak up. You know, if they are introverts, they listen to others, they are not speaking up. So sometimes you could call out their names so that they could voice. I also believe that you can have one-on-one sessions with people in order to hear them out. And when we go to meetings, we always say, sometimes people give ideas, we have to give them the benefit where who gave those ideas. So that means you are acknowledging that people are providing ideas, and you are promoting them as well. So there are so many things that comes with providing that psychological safety. So once you provide that, then people will depend on you, will trust you, that their opinions are being heard and utilized and they are rewarded.
Thank you, ma'am. There's another question. How do you handle situations where there is resistance to embracing diversity and inclusion among team members or stakeholders?
Sure. I think you have to expect resistance because, you know, I recently heard that you definitely fly with the resistance, right? You need resistance to fly. Sorry, it came the other way around. So I think when you're anticipating, you may have to actively engage with them and explain why diversity is needed. You definitely cannot control their actions. So there are, as I was, mentioning during my presentation, there are people you cannot have 100% people behind you. You cannot anticipate that, so you might have to move forward with certain decisions, even if not all of them are going to support you. But even if you have a minimum amount of support, you could collaborate and move things forward.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, we have received another question.
Okay.
Can you share an example of a time when you had to address a diversity or inclusion challenge as a leader? How did you handle it?
Sure. I think this may be from my previous job where I was working for a sensor manufacturing company. And there are people who are contributing to a team, who are part of the team from China, from Japan, from Europe as well. So we had this, we call them the user acceptance testing. So we had people come from all over the world for about 30 days. So that was challenge by itself, that not many of them speak English when they come here, so we had to have some translations done, but we had to have them in one single room and have them all collaborate to test. So that was really challenging because we were working round the clock to have them in the United States to complete all the testing done. And we had to understand the cultural differences. People from Mexico, China. So there are so many nationalities was there. So we had to accommodate them and also had very clear communication with them. So it was challenging for us it happened for 30 days. So we had to plan, organize for these 30 days of having a diverse team come and work together. And it was the rewards were more than what we expected. It was a wonderful event. It came out to be, but it was challenging to begin with.
Thank you, ma'am. So we have received another question again.
Okay.
How do you cultivate a culture of belonging and respect within your team or organization?
I think it should be a top-down approach where people in the top level should show that respect and belonging for the teams. So people will look up to you and they could emulate what you are showing them. And also, we have to promote that within the teams as well. So we could have some of the activities which promotes and also there is always a carrot that you have to have some actions done. So sometimes what they do is they put it in the performance review. They put it as a goal and say, okay, you have to fulfill these things. How did you collaborate? How did you promote this? So by the end of the year, when someone does the performance review, then we normally review them and say, okay, you have fulfilled the goals. So I think there are various ways that you can do this.
Thank you. Another question again.
Okay.
In what ways do you promote diversity and inclusion in decision-making processes within your organization?
So as far as I am concerned, for my team, for all the projects that we have done, we have always listened to our stakeholders. So there are stakeholders in the business and also internally as well. So we definitely consult together so that they also should feel included in when we are making decisions. So we have meetings, one-on-one meetings, or staff meetings, or project meetings together. So then we include them in the conversation before a decision has been made. We try our best. I'm not saying we are perfect, but we try.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for answering these questions. I think with this, we will end our question and answer session. I now call Miss Alice Preeti, second year, Pedagogy of History, to deliver the formal vote of thanks.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. I consider it a great honor and privilege to be presenting the vote of thanks for the input session on inclusive leadership on behalf of Internal Quality Assurance Cell, Loyola College of Education. First of all, I begin with the speaker, Josephine Nancy Jagaselvan, Senior Product Owner, Information Systems at Harvard Medical University, USA. Ma'am, your insights on the topic has helped us understand and resonate with the theme, Empowering Diversity, Leading Innovation in 21st Century Education. The idea that inclusivity has become a vital component of ensuring diverse voices are heard, a safe space is ensured, thus promoting holistic innovation, was well evident throughout the session. Thank you for sharing your experience. Secondly, I'd like to thank Dr. Jasmine Christie, IQAC Coordinator, LCE, and other IQAC members who made this session possible so we could gain the valuable inputs of the speaker, especially as present and future players in the educational field practicing leadership roles in multiple facets. Lastly, I thank the faculty members and students for being a wonderful crowd with active engagement through our comment section and ensuring the success of this educational session. Thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you, Josephine Nancy Jagaselvan, for your wonderful input. So the participants, we start with the next session on 1 p.m. Kindly join us for the session. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ms. Sijita Silvan, thank you very much once again from my side personally.
Thank you.
For your kind acceptance and wonderful presentation, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
It is always a pleasure to have you with us on board.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. I don't know if Dr. Radha Mohan is still with us or she has left. Dr. Radha Mohan, I think she has left. So thank you very much. Have a good lunch and we shall meet again at 1 p.m. Thank you.
Josephine, ma'am.
Hello.
Hello. Hope you're fine, ma'am.
Yes, I'm doing well.
Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. It was very clear.
Thank you. I was really hoping it will be useful.
Yes.
I'm glad to hear that was it clear? Was it applicable for you?
Yes,
for your college
I have
as
also
well?
requested Dr. Jasmine to share the PPT.
Oh, yes, I have said.
On schools in school management.
Oh, nice. I'm still learning.
Thank you so much. It's good.
Yeah, and let me know if you need any more resources. We have plenty of resources here about this topic. So if you needed any more, I can definitely help find some.
Sure. I'll ask you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for having me. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, bye.
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 I would like to apologize for the delay. A very warm welcome to each and every one of you to another session on Leaders of Learning. On behalf of Loyola College of Education, I, Ms. Amia Kaliwa, will be your host, and I heartily welcome each and every one of you joining us today in this seminar. I kindly request all of you to please turn off your camera and mute your audio to ensure the smooth functioning of the session. It is a privilege to welcome our guest speaker for this session, Reverend Dr. Anthony Raj S.J. In this session, we shall embark on a journey to discover and cultivate personal theories of learning, transcending the confines of traditional education structures. We will delve into fundamental questions such as how do we learn, what do we learn, where do we learn, and why do we learn. In Leaders of Learning, we not only unravel the essence of being leaders in education, but also delve into the essence of learning leadership itself. I would like to welcome Reverend Dr. Anthony Raj to confine our perspectives on learning and leadership, shedding light on these topics with professional advice, considering his own line of expertise. We are delighted and grateful to have you with us today, sir. I would like to call upon Mr. J. Anthony Joseph, Assistant Professor cum IQAC member of LCE, to introduce our guest speaker for this session. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Without further ado, I request Reverend Dr. Anthony Raj to take over the session.
Uh, Good afternoon and a very warm welcome to this afternoon session. And I'm delighted to be here this afternoon. I'm grateful to the management of this college, especially to Father Sahaya Raj Vijayan, the Secretary of LCE, Mrs. Teresa, the Principal, and Mrs. Jasmine Christie, the IQAC Coordinator, for extending the invitation for me to speak at this session. Dear friends, and this is a great opportunity to learn something, a new concept which I have conceived, which is actually extracted from the book of Leaders of Learning. So I would go step by step to make it clear to you what is the concept all about, and then we will have towards the end of this my presentation, we will have a discussion or we will have the question answer session. So I will try to complete it by 1 hour within 60 minutes or little more than 60 minutes. Then I will open the floor to the questions and answers. So you are most welcome to clarify your concepts or doubts and whatever you like to ask with regard to this topic. So let us, I will try to conceptualize this topic in four to five or six segments. Let us see. The first one is the context. The context is very important when we talk about a topic, because today the world is changing so fast, and so to say the educational field as well. The landscape of educational sector has been expanding and developing and going beyond our imagination. So what is permanent today is not permanent tomorrow. It's a transition. The world is in a transition. So in that context, how the role of a teacher is keep changing, and the role of the teacher is keep changing. We are not anymore a sage on the stage, but a guide by the side. So let's take that concept as such, and also the section of the learners are becoming more and more in tune with the digital world. So when they become a digital world, they digitally induced people, and more classroom stimulation becomes less attractive and less inviting. So they are not, engaged fully. That is the context. Then we will talk about the leader. Who are those our leaders? We are not talking about the what we call the leaders, civil leaders or the religious leader, but I'm going to talk about the teacher leader. What are the teacher leaders? Who are they? What do they want to do, achieve in the classroom or beyond the classroom? That's one thing. Then we talk about the learners. What type of learners we are having today? Today we are getting to alpha learners, and more gone into the digitalization and digital world, Wi-Fi, and whatever the gadgets that we have today. Yeah. So in this context, like the learners are becoming more and more in tune with the upcoming latest trend in the field of education, and they are. Can you all hear? I don't know. Are they here? Okay. Okay. Those we have this the type of leaders. Then we have got the models. The models are, we can take the models. See, if you say, even God Himself is born as a teacher. Say, take for example Jesus. Jesus was the greatest teacher of the world. Even today, we see him a great teacher. We take Krishna, Lord Krishna.
is a great teacher. We take Buddha, Gautama Buddha is a great teacher. So all of them have born or they have become great teachers in their lives, and they have left their legacy with a great message of love and peace and companionship, whatnot. Then we come to the human personalities who are great teachers. They are the examples to imitate. We have got Dronacharya, a great teacher who has been running the Gurukul system. And from Dronacharya, Arjuna, and Ekalaviya learned many things. Okay, so the Guru and Shishya relationship. Then we have got today, we will get what we call the in our own state, we have got Dr. Abdul Kalam, our president, the former president, who had his teacher, Father Chinnadurai, who was serving here in this Tamil Nadu, the college Trichy, St. Joseph College Trichy. So Abdul Kalam and Father Chinnadurai, there's a great teacher and great learner student. So Chinnadurai as a teacher and Abdul Kalam as a student. There's a lot of things to give and take between them, and they were leading. They're leading the nation in a different manner. Okay, so now this is a model that we are talking about. We have great models amidst us who has left a legacy of their educational contribution. Now, when we talk about, let us say this, we'll see the video. You see, there's a lot of bonding taking place between this teacher and the student. We see the Dr. Abdul Kalam visiting Father Chinnadurai at Beski College some years ago when Father Chinnadurai just passed away a few days ago, and that teacher-student relationship is one of very much, emotional, very much, relational, very much social, very much, give and take like. So you could see their interaction now as they move about. So this is the model I am going to talk about today, this whole session, that the teacher-student relationship. So the teacher becoming the leader for the learners, for what? To lead the students to further level, the higher level. And that's how that connection becomes very, very personal connection that's going to remain with us. The most important thing we remember in our life is the teacher who has touched our lives. We have so many teachers, but the teachers who have touched our lives are very few. And who are those people? Because they have led us to a uh, greater height. So we see the three concepts: leaders, learners, for what to lead. So these three concepts, my speech will be revolving around this concept. Okay.
Excuse me, Father, you have muted your mic. Kindly unmute the mic, Father.
Okay, keep changing. I will proceed. Okay, so we come to narrow down to the 6 concepts to 3 concepts. That would be the crux of my matter, crux of the talk that I'm going to give you. Leaders are, I'm not talking about the religious leader. I'm not talk about the civil leaders. I'm not going to talk about any other leaders, but the teachers as a leader. Who is a leader? Who is your leader? In your understanding, you will have a different way of explaining who the leaders are. Okay? And the second one is whether the leaders are born or they are made. Whether the leaders are born as a leader, or made us a leader. Keep moving, please. Next slide. Okay, so the leaders are one among all. The leader is not from somewhere from the sky, but he is one among us. He is born with us. And the second premise is leader is one above all. So as because of his role in the society, a role in the classroom, a role beyond the classroom, he has become one above all. So he is one among all. The second premise is one above all. Okay. Next one. Next one. So in that situation, so let us construct some premises. So leadership is a spiritual gift. Though all can become a leader, but some are blessed with the spiritual depth of them. So it is really a spiritual gift. Not everyone is a leader. We cannot think of everyone becoming a leader in our society because some would make it, some would not be able to make it. The third premise is not all leaders are equals. One leader is not as same as the other leader. There is a lot of difference between one leader to another leader. So all are not equal. The fourth premise is not all people in a leadership position actually can lead. So this is true because every leader need not be able to lead his followers. So now let us apply these principles, the premises, to the teachers. No, to come into a teaching light, it's a spiritual gift, it's a call, it's a vocation, it's a mission. So all those who want to become a teacher, they need not become a teacher. They will not be able to become a teacher. But God has chosen us to be a teachers. Those who are a teachers already, and those who are becoming a teacher, going to become teacher in the future, it's a spiritual gift to them. They are called to do the mission. They are called to commit themselves. It's a vocation. It's a commitment. The second one is all in the society will not be able to come and become a teacher. There are people who would like to be drawn towards this profession and vocation. They will become a teacher. And among the teachers, all are not equal. You see, they are leaders, but all are not equal. And the fourth one is all those teachers in the position of a leadership, and they will not be lead the people in equal measure. Some will be this way, some will be the other way. So the point is, so leadership is a gift given by God to us as a teacher, because the teacher is the one who makes everybody to become somebody or other. Okay, the next slide. Next slide, please. Next slide. There's some technical problem. I'm sorry about it. Just put on that video. There's no volume.
There is no sound. We cannot hear the sound.
Volume on.
Father, there's a technical issue, I think, so we are not able to
Okay.
get the audio.
Audio is a problem.
Yes, sir.
Let's move on then. See here, Dr. Abdul Kalam is talking about his leader, the teacher. Whoever teacher he had, they had a great zeal and fire in them, and they are able to ignite people, ignite students in such a manner they become leaders in the future. For example, he himself, he has in his primary school one particular teacher who was come into the classroom with a mind full of his knowledge, and such a resourceful person he had, which has made him to think and become a leader in the future. The same way, the next video, he is talking about Dr. Father Chinnadurai, who has been a model, who is an example, who has been an icon for him, with whom he was able to relate with and able to clarify his doubts and move on to a higher level. So that's what he talks about. So the teacher is a model to him. The teacher is an icon to him. The teacher is the one whom he can imitate in his life. And such imitation has brought him to a higher level of becoming a leader. Okay, next slide. So he talks about teachers are the backbone of any country, the pillar upon which all aspirations are converted into realities. So the teachers, we as a teaching community, we are the pillars. We are the backbone of the nation. We are the real backbone of the nation who builds the whole nation to be in a progressive way. So this is what he aspired, and he wanted to build the nation, and he also related himself with the teachers and the children throughout his lifetime. Next slide. So it is the teachers have to lead the students by examples. Unless otherwise we give examples, we will not be able to lead the students further. Next. So we can see this Nobel Prize winner, Malala, who talks about one child, one teacher, one book, one pen can change the whole world. So the pen is mightier than the sword. The teacher is mightier than anybody else in the world. So the teacher can change the whole world. So it is in our hands, teachers who we are teachers called to this vocation or mission. It is in our hand to shape the whole future of the nation. The Sekotari Commission has said the future of the nation is shaped in the classroom. So that's a loaded statements. Okay. So leadership and learning are indispensable to each other. So we need to, leadership and learning, they have to go in hand. So it cannot be going independently and prove something else. Okay. So teaching is the one profession that creates all other professions. So today we call it doctor or engineer or an IIT or IIT, IIM persons, teacher, personality or the professionals. They are all under a teacher. So the teaching profession is the only profession that has created other professions at which you are aware of it. Okay. So what leadership style do you prefer? This is a big question, $1 million question. Do I like a very dominant teachers? Do I like a very autocratic teacher? Do I like a democratic teacher? Or do I like a laissez-faire teacher? There are different style of teachership styles demonstrated in the classroom. Which are the type of style that you like to prefer to have? So let's see the video next one. Okay, here Swami Vivekananda talks about the teacher has to go into the level of the students. Unless the teacher go into the level of the students, the teacher will never be able to understand the mind of the students. So that's the type of leadership that we would like to develop within us, and we would like to encourage people to develop. Okay. This is a video, which is a nice video, but then audio is missing. Is audio available?
No, sir, the audio is not available.
Okay. Okay, this is taken from, this is a Tare Jameen Par Hindi film, taken a scene. Now, in the class, the teacher is very aggressive in teaching her lesson. But the child is not able to, child is not in a situation to, sit and listen. The child is a dyslexia child, and the child is not able to get anything out of what she is teaching. But all the more than her teaching, she was very, very strict and stern teacher, and a very, very dominant teachers, and she put down the students so much in the classroom, and the students don't like her. But that's one particular type of leadership, but that leadership will not work anymore. We'll go to the next slide. So if those type of leadership doesn't work, so what is the type of leadership we would like to have? That's what the next slide is all about. Now, these are two children I interviewed here only in the Thuraipakkam parish. Two children, and two of them are talking about we would like to have a very soft teacher, a teacher who can understand us, who has got sympathy, who has got compassion. They have a passion for teaching, fine, but passion for teaching alone will not help, but they need to inculcate a compassionate attitude towards them. So this is what Ignatian, our Jesuit founder, the Society of Jesus, the founder of the Society of Jesus, St. Ignatius Loyola, talks about a teacher who could be compassionate. Cura personalis. Cura personalis means the teacher who cares for the children, the teacher who takes care of the children, the teacher who can feel with them and feel for them. So that is a type of teacher Ignatius wants us to become. So this child also talks about the same thing, that I want a teacher who knows the subject as well as who can handle the children with care and love and compassion. So that is the style of leadership that we want. This is another beautiful video, but you are not able to get that audio. I'm sorry about it. But this is the thing, the teacher is the one who accompanies the learner. A teacher who accompanies the learner. So actually what we are in the Jesuit culture, Jesuit education, we always promote that IPP. IPP you might be familiar with. The college of the students of this college would be familiar with this IPP, Ignatian Pedagogical Paradigm, where Ignatius talks about that what we call the teacher is the one who accompanies the learner. So that has come from his own spiritual exercises, D27, where he says is his own teacher, that was when he was doing his meditation and prayer for 1 month in Mandresa cave, and there he had vision where he has an image of God leading him and by holding his finger. So God is the master, the teacher, who held the hand of Ignatius, the finger, and God was taking him for a walk. So that image is very strong in the mind of Ignatius, and that he has put it in the spiritual exercises. That's what we are also learning. Here, the accompaniment is very important. So the teacher should accompany. So now we again come to that. That means we have to listen. The teachers are not giving a monologue in the class. I mean, taking unilaterally and speaking about many things, delivering the lecture. The teacher of today need not deliver the lecture. The teacher should know that her knowledge is, his knowledge is limited compared to the knowledge the students have, because the students are much more exposed to different realities, the media and the digital world and the Google Baba, where they learn everything through that internet, via internet and technology. So the teacher has to listen. So the teacher leader should be a listener. first quality of a teacher is, are you able to listen to the students? Are you able to listen to what they are not saying? It is not what they are saying important, but you should read what they are not saying. You know, you have to read in between the lines. The teacher leader has to be a listener first. Then the teacher leader has to listen, learn the disposition of the children. What sort of students are there in the class? Or the children are in a different with a different learning style? You know, learning style is different, no? Some are kinesthetics, some are visual learners, some are kinesthetic learners, some are, auditory learners. So you have to find out the style of the learning style of the students. And secondly, in what disposition they are in, whether they are ready to understand your class or not, whether they got the enough material for themselves and read by themselves and become knowledgeable of that subject, or you are lecturing something which they already know. What is the new thing that you are offering? Are you offering something new which they do not know? Or you are offering something which is already known by the students? So you have to learn. The learn means context is very important. The context of the child is very important. When you are giving the text, you put the text against the context. What is the context? The background of the students. And you need to know the background of the student. That's why teachers have to make the profile of each child as a record. He or she has to go by the profile of the students. Because all students do not come to the class with the same, what we call, mindset. You know, the brain of each of our brain is different. My brain is different from your brain, and your brain is different from your parents' brain. Our parents' brains are different from your teacher's brain. So each brain has to be uh, analyzed and seen how they are receiving the information. So you need to learn about your student. Then you will be able to lead them. So if you listen and learn about your students, you will be able to lead them. That's a next slide. Okay, here what happens in this scene? It is the teacher leader. Okay, it's a corporate world where that the executives are sharing their ideas, exchanging their views, and they are having a deliberation or discussion where we enrich one another. Now here what happened? They change the role. They change the role. One takes the lead, another one takes the lead. The one who takes the lead will sit down and another one take a lead. So it is something like, if you see in the sky, the geese, if you see, nowadays we don't see them, the migrating geese, the birds, they don't fly in one particular line. They will fly in a V shape, the V shape. So the first bird, which is in front, that's the leader. Then after some time, that the first one will come to the last, and this second one will become the leader. Then it gets tired. Then the second one comes to the last. So it always will fly in the V shape. So in education, the teacher should consider the V shape formation of learning. What's a V-shape formation of learning is that as a leader, I give my views and contribute my content, and I will allow the other person to come forward and contribute his content. So input should be like V-shape formation. It has gone. Interactive, interchangeable classes should take place. Okay, that's the thing, that idea. So the leaders of learning, that book talks about this one. Okay, next one. Okay, this is a beautiful video. At least you play the video. Need not be what you call the audio. Need not. This video you can watch. Just keep watching this video. I'll explain that what happens in the video later. Okay. Could I ask someone who are on this platform, participating in this webinar, will be able to interpret what is all about this video? Any guess? Any guesswork? Could I ask uh, Vinny Sebastian? Vinny Sebastian is there. Can you hear me?
Yes, Father.
Yes, please tell me what you understood by this video.
Father, I could not understand anything that it was lagging in my computer.
Okay.
Sorry, Father.
No problem. Kishore Mehta. Kishore is not. Isha Trivedi. Is there anyone who could tell us what is happening in this video? Yes, Jasmine.
Someone has given in the chat box lack of emotions. Happy face make the child feel bad.
Okay, very good. Any other in the participant? Any of the students of this college, Loyola College of Education?
Father, can we see it again?
Okay, show it again. You should be able to tell us what is happening in this video. Unfortunately, audio is a problem. Yes. Okay.
Yes. So, Father, the beginning is like where the mother is very expressive and interacts with the child, and the child is also interacting very nicely with the mother.
Right.
And then the mother keeps a still face without any expressions, no gestures, no expressions.
Right.
And then you can see the change in the child, very disappointed and a sadness in the face of the child.
Okay. Now, how do you transpolate this happening in our classroom situation?
We say that our children are like psychologists. The moment you enter the class, they judge the mood of the teacher.
Right.
And we can get that joy in the class, or we can take out the joy by our own expressions and the way we interact with our children.
Right. Good, thank you. This is a famous experiment. You might go into YouTube and see. Edward, who is a very acclaimed professor in the university, he wanted to see how the children are responding to the mother, how a child is responding to the mother, to both emotions, joyful emotions and sorrowful emotions. Now, what happened? This is called, serving. Badminton we play, no, serving and return, serve and return experience. Now, serving is you serve something, the ball, and the other side they have to return the ball to you. Then you serve to the ball, then they return to you. That is the same concept. In the badminton, we have that concept. The same thing is working here. The child is happy. The baby is very happy. The child is want to play with the mother. So the mother plays with the child according to what he wants and what she wants. Then the child becomes more and more, in tune, and there's a great relationship is established. The bonding is taking place. The more they play together, the more they interact with each other, the more they exchange the smiles, the positive vibration, the vibes, the more and more learning takes place. The moment the child is seeing the sad face of the mother, or the mother is not responding to the child's emotions, then the child becomes little very angry, upset, and started annoying the mother. So this is what exactly happening in the classrooms. So learning is, if you see, listen is to be a leader. Now listening is not just hearing what you say. For example, you are walking with your child in the marketplace. You wanted to buy something in the market, and you go and walk, and you can hear every sound all around of you. Noise, people talk, there's music going on, there's shouting, there's yelling, there's screaming, and everything is going on. But then in the midst of the noise pollution, if a child says something to you, you are able to hear that. You are able to pay attention and get what the child is saying. Then immediately pay attention to that. That is listening. So you are hearing and you are listening. So listening is very focused. Hearing is something peripheral, superficial. So we need to listen to the students, what they want to communicate to us. A great teacher is not a great teacher by subject. A great teacher becomes a great teacher by his listening to the students and responding to the students according to the need of the student, not according to the need of the teacher. You see? So we need to always listen to the students first, not hearing. Listen to understand, not to reply. We have to listen to the students, not to reply. No, who is the best teacher? Who is the best teacher? Any of you? According to who can be a best teacher? All are quiet. Who could be a? This is a best teacher is one who doesn't give the answer. A best teacher in the class is the one who doesn't give the answer to the question. The best teacher is one who makes the students to answer his questions or her question. That is the best teacher. So listen to understand, not to reply. Listening entails compassion. We need to be compassionate to our students. Listening leads internal conversation. So when I listen, there is something stirring within me, and I need to listen to that movements in me, the good spirit, the bad spirit, what is moving in me, that I have to listen. So listening is one of the great trait or characteristic mark of a teacher leader. So according to Richard and Albert, those who have written that book. Okay. Second one is learning. Learn to know the students. Learn to master your subject. Learn to master your own students. Learn to engage them. How you would be able to engage them. And learn to lead them. How are you going to lead them? The third feature is that by example, we will lead them not by words, but by example. I mean to say, suppose you are telling your students, punctuality is a great virtue of all of us. You are going to teach about punctuality. So you need not go and give a lecture on punctuality, but suppose every day you go on time, that itself is a big lesson to them. See, instead of talking about it, behave and show, demonstrate that virtue for your students, then it becomes a lesson by example only. That's one great saint, Francis of Assisi. And Francis of Assisi said to his Chela, Sishya, or disciple, come, let's go to the other village for preaching. I wanted to preach about Jesus, the gospel. Let us go. So then he took his assistant with him, and they were going. As he went one village to another village, he stopped over there and talked to the children, smiled at them, played with them. And he went to the another village. There were women folks. They were there, found in the village, in the near the well. He talked to them, shake hand with them, and exchange ideas with them. Then he went to another. Some farmers were working. He was talking to them and all those. Then there is a sunset. There is already sunset. Sunset, the darkness is going to come, and his assistant said, Master, you told me that you are going to give a preaching in one village, and we haven't reached the village yet. Then Francis of Assisi said, What did I do all the way, all my journey, all through my journey? What did I do? That is a preaching. So I need not go to that village to preach, but I already preached about the gospel of Jesus. Okay, the same thing is what you call, whenever we set example of reciprocating people with our positive vibes, certainly there's a positive vibration takes place in the students, and they will be able to going to listen to us and learn something great, so that they would be able to lead. Then we also lead them by respect. We don't treat them as nobody, as no entity, but we respect them for what they are. Once we have been like that, now we become a teacher. So we need to respect. And the third one is be a compassionate teacher. A teacher who is not only passionate with the passionate about teaching, but compassionate about his students, her students. That is the great direction. So learning is a journey. So we have to keep on learning. Learning never ends. We cannot stop learning. Keep going, keep going, keep going. The more we go, the better we understand about the world and our students. Next one. So if you are open to listening and committed to learning, leading is very easy. If both of the characteristics are within you, and you will be able to learn. So now, in a way, this summarizes what I have been talking to you this afternoon. The truth is, there's be a real bonding taking place between the teacher and the students. If there is no bonding, if there is no relationship, if there is no emotional attachment means not excessive attachment, but that measurable attachment that helps to learn. Okay, now the bonding is essential for the learning. That's why the children learn faster with the mother. So in India, we have got the children are admitted in the classrooms in the UKG, LKG type of classroom when they are 2.5 years old. But that is actually scientifically wrong, neurologically wrong. Neuroscience doesn't suggest that the children should be taken to school when they are very small. It will become a crime if the children are taken to the school in Finland. If the children has not completed 7 years old, they cannot take the child to the school. It become a criminal act. But in India, we have got nursery, pre-nursery, and pre-nursery, and pre-pre-nursery, where everything is commercialized. Okay, so the mother and the father feel that the children, they are 2 years old, they have to be put in a school. That is a very wrong concept, a very wrong understanding of the whole education. So those who know about neuroscience will be able to understand the repercussion of such a act. So bonding is very basic quality as an essential characteristic of learning. And the second one is learning is a joyful experience. We learn a lot when we are in a happy mood. We don't learn much if you are very sad or very moody or depressed mood. Okay. So learning is progressive. So as learning keep going, we learn a lot. Okay. Now the second, the conditional, as I talked to you, the conditional one is very important. Learning is greater or lesser in proportion to the likes and dislikes the students develop towards their teachers. This is a formula that mantra, you can take it from me. You see, the learning is greater or lesser depending upon the likes and dislike that you develop towards your teacher. Suppose you like your teacher, definitely learning is greater. If you don't like your teachers, learning is poor. For example, in my high school time, I couldn't pick up maths. Mathematics was very difficult for me because I never liked my teacher. My headmaster was my mathematics teacher, but I couldn't dare to look at him because he's very strong, dominant personality, very aggressive personality. So I couldn't learn maths because of him. Today I could say because I never liked the teacher. So how would I learn that maths from him? So my learning was poor because I did not like my teacher. Had I liked my teacher, I would have learned maths. Now I understand. And the second premise is your learning is greater or lesser in proportion to the likes and dislikes you have developed towards the subject. Suppose you like physics, your learning is greater. At the same time, you don't like chemistry, you will not learn much. You see. Suppose you like maths, you learn faster. If you don't learn maths, you will not learn maths at all. So, depending upon your likes and dislikes towards the subject, your learning can be measured. And third one is learning is greater or lesser depending upon the environment, the ambience the school or the college gives to you. If there's a very positive ambience, very positive environment, a ecosystem in the school or the college, you will start learning. Loyola College of Education is a institution where many students want to join. Why? Because we have a lot more personal attention we are giving to the students. We have a lot more non-academic things to offer to them. So people like the college because the ambience, because the brand, because of this, the whole situation here. So, see, learning is conditional, and learning need to have certain characteristics that are certain essential. There are essential, there are conditionals. So teachers must be architects of learning experiences. And we teachers should be the architects of learning experience of the children. Okay? That is a very simple logic. Jesus said, "Here I am among you as one who saves." This is a very big statement. Like, no, teacher was a great, Messiah, Savior, and God's Son, and he came and he became one among the human, and he served. So, as teacher, we need to serve. So, we have seen the God, Jesus was a great teacher, Krishna was a great teacher, and Buddha is a great teacher. But they all came down to the level of the human beings, and they served people, served by giving a teaching, healing, preaching, and emancipating of their souls. Okay. Now we have seen the Abraham Lincoln's letter, how he writes to his teacher, "My child is learning. This is what he want to learn," and all those things. So you can read by yourself. Okay, let's go. Let's end this. A few more slides, but that's we can skip all the slides except the last one. Then I'll give you time for questioning. Okay, so I cannot teach anything to anyone. Then what I can do? I can only make them to think. This is a great Aristotle has said this. I cannot teach anything. So you are not, as a teacher, you are not going to teach anything to anybody, but you are only becoming an instrument of them to learn something for themselves, to think and learn. Okay, next. We'll wind up within 2 minutes. Yes. So this is the same quotation, that elaborated one. Next one. Okay, so is a teacher always a learner? Of course, a teacher has to be always a learner. That depending upon how you understand the teaching profession. Okay, you learn about your student, you learn. So because we need to learn, because the world is changing and the landscape of education changing, and the education becomes student centric, and the education is highly digitalized. Okay, so that the teacher has to be a learner. Okay, next one. So this is Gandhi. So education is simply a overall, all-round development of the children. Okay, mind, body, and soul. These are familiar definitions. This I would like to spend a little time. You see, the teacher should have a great mindset. The mindset should be very good mindset, very open mindset, very broad mindset, very compassionate mindset. That should be there. The second one is the teacher should have the skill, enough skills to impart the education, enough skill to handle the students, enough skill to reach out his content. And the third one is the teacher should have the tool, the rightful appropriate tool to reach that message to the student. If the teacher has all this, it has become a great asset to the organization. Great asset. Okay. So finally, education is the most powerful weapon which you can change the world, and the teachers can change the world. The teacher can change the world, as Malala says, the teacher can change the world. Okay. We have seen the Jesuit fathers, they were in the Akbar's court also, because they were great learners and leaders. They were in Akbar court. Then we can see many. Now here in this college, Father Jerome D'Souza was elected to the, Constitutional Assembly. He was a great leader, learner, and he was able to lead the whole nation, you see. Jerome D'Souza of this college, the principal, area principal of the Loyola College. Next one. We can see a number of them, our outstanding persons who have become a great teacher, learner, teacher leaders, and they have led the people. Okay, next one. In the Bible, we can see Saul becoming Paul, and then that's all. He's leading everybody. Okay. So now is the small prayer. I used to ask God to help me. Then I asked if I might help him. I ended up by asking God to do his work through me. So God is working in and through me, in and through you. You are the instrument of God to deliver that his message. So stay tuned, stay motivated, stay focused in the profession that you are in the mission that you are in the vocation that you are called for. So thank you very much for your patient listening to me. And now you are free to raise your questions, and I'm here to answer, or I'm trying to clarify things that not clear.
Thank you, sir, for such an insightful and engaging session. It was educational, motivational, inspiring, and captivating. The session is now open to the forum for questions. Participants, you are welcome to post your questions in the chat box for the resource person.
Ethical starts about ethical confusion.
I sent a question inbox, ma'am.
Yes, what are the ethical considerations when using brain imaging techniques or exploring sensitive neurological topics in cinematic storytelling, and how can film writers overcome these challenges responsibly?
Yes, madam. Once again, I'm that question. What is the question?
What are the ethical considerations when using brain imaging techniques or exploring sensitive neurological topics in cinematic storytelling, and how can film writers overcome these challenges responsibly?
Okay. See, ethics is uh, a must in every profession. So
Yes,
when
sir.
we, can you hear me? Yes.
No, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
The professional ethics is a must in the way we follow profession. A doctor has to follow his profession. A teacher has to follow his profession. There's a ethical principle that cannot be sacrificed, that cannot be compromised. Now, the ethical consideration is a must, as I said. Now, brain imaging is taken, technique is taken, neurological topics in cinematic storytelling, and how can film writers overcome this challenging responsibility. Now, this suppose now the image is taken and they don't reveal the person's what is going on in the brain or what is happening there. The person identity is completely kept secret. Just like we make a research, we take the administer the tools, and we don't declare the where we have taken our the identity of the person from whom we have received the information. The same way, the identity of the person is, as long as it's is kept secret, then that to educate somebody or some the society, we can use the image, we can use that technique just to educate, but not at the same time we need to safeguard the interest of the person. We need to safeguard the what we call the image and the personality or the dignity of the person. But in order to educate the society, we need to use some instruments, we need to use some persons. So it is a big, debatable topic. Now, how far, how much we can use, it is depending upon the judicial way that we use it. That's what I understand by these questions.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
A question I would like to ask, sir, is what is your personal theory of learning and how has it evolved over time?
My personal theory of learning.
And how has it evolved over time?
Okay. As we are teachers, we are in a sacred profession that all of you understand. This is a sacred, holy profession. And we have been called to this profession because we made the choice. It is not by chance we became a teacher. We made a choice. So by choice we are a professor. By choice we are a teacher. By choice we are a tutor. Whatever it is, it is not coming by chance. Now my personal theory is that whatever you are learning, whatever learning theory, what you call learning theories that you are learning, that is aside. What is your personal theory? What is your philosophy of life? What is your philosophy of education? What is your philosophy of teaching and learning? What is the philosophy of handling your students? These are your person. And now I have to see, suppose I take, for example, I have done my PhD in 2013. I defended my thesis on this topic, emotional intelligence through neuroscience perspective. Okay, 2013. But even till today, I am at that topic. I keep on delving deeper into the topic. I keep on exploring and finding out many new many new research that's happening. I'm trying to learn as so as to that I would be able to give out that knowledge, give out that resource to others. So though you are doing it for degree sake, you did it for degree sake, but you are doing it for degree sake, that is not learning. That is not your personal theory of learning, but you are doing it even today and specializing into that topic again and over again because you have fallen in love with that topic and you have that will change your life. See, whatever we learn, that should change our lives, our thinking, our feeling, our perspective, our outlook. If it changes, then that is probably your learning theory that you kept busy, that kept you busy, and you will be able to give out that thing to others. So, a subject knowledge is the must in a teacher. So my personal learning is that whatever learning theories that I made, I make use of it, but then I make my own theory so as to prove to the world that I have my theory to contribute. Okay, and the way I interpret things, that's my own. Yes.
A question we've received, sir, is how does technology play a role in impacting the future of learning?
See, technology is, in everybody's hand. You and I use technology in order to make the content more attractive, more sellable, selling value it has got. But the technology is not the end of it. Technology is only a means. Technology is a means by which we trying to reach out to the public. But we make technology as the end of our profession, then it will not work. Use technology as much as it helps you to use, but leave aside. And because of that technology, we are too much disconnected with the world. The point is, there is no human relationship happening much today because no human conversation is happening at home. There's no table talk. People do not have time to talk to each other. People are always with the gadgets and moving around. So technology has distanced us from one another. This is happening, it's affecting the whole emotional living of the family life. So technology has to be, it's a means given to us. It's a very good thing. And the way we use it, that depends upon each individual, and he has to make his own discretion. It depends upon your discretion how you are going to use it. But do not make technology as your end, but make technology as a means to reach out to your people. Yes.
Thank you, sir. Another question is in what ways do you think leaders in education can adapt to better meet the needs of learning in a changing world?
Okay. A teacher who is not reading cannot be a resourceful person in the future. So if you are outdated today, if you are not updating yourselves, you will be outdated tomorrow. That is a formula that I have. If you are not updating yourself, then you will be outdated tomorrow. So how are you going to update yourselves? You need to constantly, continuously keep in touch with the literature, the things that come into the world, the new trend happening, the new learning that is happening, the new research that has been made available. We should keep reading and updating ourselves. And if we update ourselves, certainly we will be relevant for our students tomorrow. Certainly we will be meaningful in our whatever we say to our students. So let's continuously be a learner. A teacher is a learner as well. So we should not forget that line. A teacher is a learner as well. The teacher has to continuously learn in order to update so that he will be a fit instrument in the hands of the organization, institutions. Yes.
The last question we've received, sir, is how is learning defined in today's context with the constant evolution and shift in its definition over time?
How is learning is changing its definition. What is it?
How is learning defined in today's context, with the constant evolution and shift in its definition over time?
Okay. Now, learning is what you call. You might have the B.Ed students must be learn from the books. Learning is modification of behavior, isn't it? That's a very very famous definition. Modification of behavior. Now, in today's terminology, or today's understanding, it is much more than learning is modification of behavior, but the learning is making a real change in the mindset of the people. You know, if the mindset of the people is changing, then learning takes place. Because we have a set mindset, set mindset. We have a really what you call the fencing of our mind. We fenced our mind most of the time. We fenced our mind. Now, if you're opening up that fence and let open our mind broaden enough to understand the greater reality outside, that's a learning. So, in my understanding, learning in the changing world, learning in the what we call changing context is something that to clear up our mind. When we change our mindset, certainly we will be able to learn greater things, and that's learning. I see.
Thank you, sir, for answering the questions. With this, we end the question and answer session. I now call Mr. Blinton Arul Andu, second year student of LCE, to deliver the formal vote of thanks.
Good afternoon to one and all present in this webinar on empowering diversity, leading innovation in 21st century education. It gives me immense pleasure to deliver the vote of thanks for this event to all the dignitaries assembled in this webinar. First of all, I would like to thank our eminent resource person, Reverend Dr. Anthony Raj S.J., who is an educationist, assistant professor, and is specialized in neuroscience. With the help of Father's insightful session, we learned how through effective leadership and a commitment to inclusivity, educational institutions can foster environments that empower learners, promote meaningful transformations, and ultimately shape the future of education in the 21st century. Thank you, Father, for this enriching session. Secondly, I would like to thank our Secretary, Reverend Father V. Sahairaj S.J., and our Principal, Dr. L. Kulande Teresal, for their constant support and guidance. Now I would like to thank Dr. Jasmine Christie, IQSC Coordinator, and other members of IQSC for arranging this webinar, without whom this webinar would not have been possible. Last but not the least, I thank all the teachers for their relentless efforts and all the students and participants for your cooperation and involvement in the question answer session and for making this webinar a resounding success. Thank you.
Thank you so much to each and everyone for attending the session. The valedictory seminar will be held at 3 p.m. Thank you.
Jasmine, ma'am. Jasmine, ma'am, are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, kindly make the announcement regarding Dr. Parita's address on the global learning crisis in the context of inclusivity and equity. So, in the benediction ceremony, we also have another eminent personality who will be giving us another address on an important topic. So, it's not merely summing up of the whole thing. There is also an important.
So thank you for attending the session 2. The valedictory ceremony, we have Dr. Farida Norma Francine Vigas, Principal of St. Aloysius Institute of Education. So she will be talking about
She'll be talking about the global learning crisis, a focus on inclusion and equity, which will be summing up of like from the inaugural session 1 and session 2. So we just meet at 3 p.m.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत।
Mr. Nanda?
Yes, ma'am.
Just wanted to check whether my voice is audible.
Yes, ma'am, it's audible. It is
Okay,
clear,
thank
ma'am.
you.
Thank you.
கண்டினியூஸா அது நீங்கெல்லாம் பார்த்துருக்க மாட்டீங்க. அது மட்டுமல்ல, நூலகத்திற்கு இந்த பாடத்தில் இந்த கேள்விகள் கேட்டு நாம் கண்டினியூஸா அது நீங்கெல்லாம் பார்த்துருக்க மாட்டீங்க. அது மட்டுமல்ல, நூலகத்திற்கு சென்று புத்தகம் படிக்க சொல்லுவார். மறுநாள் அந்த பாடத்தில் இந்த கேள்விகள் கேட்டு நாம் படித்தோமா இல்லையா என்பதை கண்டுபிடித்து விடுவார். அவர் வயசு 92 அருமையாக செயல்பட்டு கொண்டிருக்கிறார். ரெவரண்ட் சின்னத்துரை.
Ma'am, good evening, ma'am.
Good evening.
Great to see you, ma'am.
Good evening, Jasmine. Can you see me?
Ah, yes, ma'am, I could see you. I could see you and hear you also.
Nice to meet you. We have
Yes.
only chatted on WhatsApp.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. Do we, have you, when do we begin at 3 sharp?
Yes, ma'am. On dot 3 p.m. this time.
Hello, Dr. Teresa.
Hello, ma'am. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you? Nice to see you.
I was happy to see you. Good.
Father is there?
Yes.
Hello, Father. He's not enjoying maybe. Hope I will be clear. Yes. I think somehow staff have joined in. For students, I wanted them to join, but we are having sports day, so they are on the ground.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, that's how they couldn't join. This month is a bit hectic.
So the whole day is sports day for you there, ma'am?
No, on the 20th, but they're doing heats and all that.
Okay.
They're busy with that.
So you're joining from your office now.
I can begin if you are ready. We can start.
No, but there are people to join,
Okay.
yet to join. Because already I have announced that it will start at 3 p.m.
No problem.
We begin.
So there are 15 minutes. So I'll be there online, but we will join there.
Yes, ma'am.
So see you at 3 only.
Good. Yes.
The participants are requested to join the meet as we are going to start with the valedictory ceremony.
Dear participants, please mute the mic and stop your videos for the smooth conduct of this session. Again, I request all the participants to mute your mic and stop your videos for the smooth conduct of this session. Thank you.
Dr. Farita, welcome. You need to unmute your audio.
I thought I had done. Nice to meet you, Father.
Nice to meet you too. How are you?
Good, good. Thank you for this opportunity that you have given me.
Oh, we should thank you for accepting our
Not at all, Father. It's a pleasure.
and all the best for your session, man.
Yes, thank you so much.
Welcome.
Dear participants, it's time to start the valedictory ceremony of this one-day international seminar. This one-day international webinar on empowering diversity in the context of leading innovations in 21st century is an act truly corresponding to the powerful words of the great philosopher Socrates. That is, the secret of change is to focus all your energy not on fighting the old, but on building the new. I repeat, the secret of change is to focus all your energy not on fighting the old, but on building the new. Esteemed dignitaries and delegates, respected principals and professors of various institutions, research scholars, and our dear human engineers. I, Dr. E. Karthikeyan, Assistant Professor, Loyola College of Education, the moderator of this valedictory ceremony, take the pleasure in greeting you once again. Dear friends, let us actively participate in this session where we are going to listen to the words about the global learning crisis, addressing the inequality and inclusion by Farida Vegas Ma'am, Principal, St. Aloysius Institute of Education, Mangalore. By the end of this session, I'm sure that we will be adding much more ideas, thoughts, and dimensions. To begin this session, let us jointly seek the presence and blessings of Lord Almighty through the prayer song.
Give thanks with a grateful heart. Give thanks to the Holy One. Give thanks because He's given Jesus Christ, His Son. Give thanks with a grateful heart. Give thanks to the Holy One. Give thanks because He's given Jesus Christ, His Son. And now let the weak say, I am strong. Let the poor say, I am rich because of what the Lord has done for us. And now let the weak say, I am strong. Let the poor say, I am rich because of what the Lord has done for us.
Thank you all for your prayers. It's now our pleasure to welcome the virtual assembly. To introduce the felicitator and the esteemed chief guest of this session, I invite our beloved principal, Dr. L. Korandai Teresal, the academic leader and the guiding partner to welcome everyone. Ma'am, please.
Thank you, sir. A very warm and pleasing greetings of the day to you all. I, Kurande Teresa, Principal of Loyola College of Education, take immense pleasure in welcoming you all to the valedictory ceremony of this one-day international webinar on empowering diversity, leading innovation in 21st century education. I feel delighted to welcome all the renowned speakers and delegates who took out their valuable time and joined us today to be a part of this webinar. I bid a very warm welcome to all Reverend Fathers and Sisters, principals, learned faculty members, research scholars, and students from various parts of India and across the globe. We are honored to have you all with us today. I express my appreciation to the organizing committee, IQAC of LCE, headed by Dr. Jasmine Christie, for organizing this webinar. The webinar was a synergy of knowledge, talents, and research quotient. In this globally and digitally interconnected world, all learners from cradle to career need new skills and knowledge to succeed. To prepare our children for success in academics, career, and opportunities, to learn 21st century skills are essential, and it is more important to students now than ever before. While equipping educational leaders to leverage diversity for innovation in 21st century education, it is also equally important to understand the global learning crisis in the context of inclusivity and equity. I am profusely overjoyed to take this opportunity to welcome and introduce to this August gathering our distinguished chief guest for the valedictory ceremony, Dr. Farida, who will speak on the global learning crisis in the context of inclusivity and equity. Dr. Farida is the principal at St. Aloysius Institute of Education, Mangalore since December 2006. She has served as a teacher educator, teaching the pre-primary teacher trainees at St. Anne's College of Education, Mangalore from 2000 to 2006. She has over 24 years of experience in teaching and is a leading expert in neuro-linguistic programming. Dr. Farida graduated from St. Agnes College, Mangalore University, completed MA English Literature from Karnataka State Open University, Mysore, B.Ed and M.Ed from St. Anne's College of Education, Mangalore, and PhD in Education from Mangalore University. She has participated in numerous international and national level conferences and presented papers and also served as resource person for schools and colleges. Madam is known for her wonderful administration and high achievements of the institution she serves. Madam, we are grateful to you for accepting our invitation and being a chief guest of today's event. I am extremely overwhelmed by your presence with us, madam, and we look forward to your valedictory address today. Once again, a warm welcome to you, madam.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
It gives me great pleasure to welcome and introduce the felicitator of this valedictory ceremony, Reverend Father Saharaj Vijayan S.J., Secretary of Loyola College of Education. Reverend Father Saharaj is a member of Jesuit Chennai Province and Loyola College Society. He did his BA Tamil Literature at Loyola College Chennai and was awarded the gold medal for his academic excellence, which was again repeated for his performance at the PG level at St. Xavier's College, Palayam Kotai. Eventually, he cleared the national eligibility test in Tamil literature and started his teaching career in the Department of Tamil at Loyola College, Chennai in 2020. Prior to his appointment at Loyola College, Chennai, he had also held administrative posts in Loyola Higher Secondary School, Uppayanallur, and Loyola Academy Senior Secondary School, Vadamelpakkam, Maraimalai Nagar. He has also been very much involved in the formation of candidates in the Society of Jesus for many years at various levels, and for his own studies in theology, he lived in Paris, France for 3 years. As a multilingual person who is highly fluent in Tamil, English, and French, orator, writer, and a person who is gifted with interpersonal skills, he has been serving the staff and students at Loyola College of Education, Chennai, as the secretary since July 2022. We are indeed very grateful to Father for his guidance and support to all the members of LCE family towards the growth and development of the students, staff, and institution, and welcome Father. Once again, I welcome each and every one of you to this valedictory ceremony and conclude by quoting Marco Bizzarri: diversity and inclusion, which are the real grounds for creativity, must remain at the center of what we do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am, for the hearty welcome and the highlights about our esteemed speakers of this session. Now I request Reverend Father V. Sairaj S.J., Secretary, Loyola College of Education, the fulcrum of our institution, who is an inspiring personality with proactive ideologies, for the felicitation. Over to you, Father.
Thank you, sir. Respected Dr. Farida, the chief guest of this valediction of our day-long international webinar and principal, St. Aloysius Institute of Education, Mangaluru, Dr. Kurandai Teresa, Principal, Loyola College of Education, Chennai, Dr. Jasmine Christie, Coordinator, IQAC, and the Chief Organizer of today's webinar. Dear guests who have been with us online since this morning, I am very happy to see Dr. Radha Mohan still with us. Thank you very much, ma'am, for your presence. And my dear teaching and non-teaching staff and students of Loyola College of Education, a pleasant afternoon to you all. I'm pretty much aware that you have all been immersed in varied, rich reflections and ideas on the topic, empowering diversity, leading innovation in 21st century education, by very eminent speakers. And we have one more in the line in the person of Dr. Farida to speak on the global learning crisis in the context of inclusivity and equity. Hence, I don't wish to take much of her time and your time by offering a very long speech. However, I have just a point to share with you at this time, and with that, I'll wind up my speech. Dear friends, life is nothing but a bundle of different experiences with the different kinds of people. I repeat, life is nothing but a bundle of different experiences with the different kinds of people. Starting from our own biological family members, there is always, or perhaps there is only, a diverse setup in which we are invited to make our living. If this unavoidable and non-negotiable aspect of diversity is not fathomed or empowered correctly, there is then loss of understanding and expected growth in any group. I think that this is a key message, or the key message that we have all been taking in ever since this webinar began this morning today. Diversity is not to be dreaded, but to be desired. Diversity is not to be dreaded at all, but to be desired. And when that desire for diversity gets deepened, there is mutual acceptance as well as acceleration of a support in inducing newer ideas for a better living. As people of the present and future teaching community, it's a bounden task, I feel, to always acknowledge and appreciate the diverse people before us sitting as students, so that there is space for fearless exchange of views, which will eventually pave way for innovation. I wish and pray that we all become people of that tribe to empower diversity in our situations, thus move together towards newer horizons of life. And my dear friends, before I end, I wholeheartedly thank the IQAC team of our college headed by Dr. Jasmine Christie for all the painstaking efforts with which they have organized this webinar for the benefit of many, both at the national and international levels. As a final takeaway message from my side, I would like to repeat what I have just said. Diversity is not to be dreaded, but to be desired. Let us all desire for that diversity with which we'll be able to lead our country through innovative and creative measures to our students. Thank you very much and wish you all the best.
Creating environment to celebrate the diversity is the bounden duty of a teacher. Thank you, Father, for such a thought-provoking message. Before handing over the session to the guest speaker, let me remind you things. Please mute your mics and switch off your videos for better experience. Now I take pride in welcoming our chief guest, Dr. Farida Vegas, the principal, St. Aloysius Institute of Education, Mangalore, to captivate our minds through her keynote address. Ma'am, the virtual dice is yours. Please.
Thank you, sir. First of all, let me congratulate the college on organizing this international webinar on a very important topic. As Father said, let's not be frightened of diversity, but embrace it. And I think that is very, very much needed, especially in today's times. As we all know, when we read the papers, what happens when somebody is different from us. So I also thank Dr. Teresa and Dr. Jasmine, the IQAC coordinator, for sort of assisting me to be a part of this program and helping me with the numerous messages and the requirements that are needed for this conference. I also am happy to see so many of delegates which are here on this virtual meet, and I hope that we will have a fruitful discussion. So thank you very much, and I will go to my presentation. Thank you, Father. Can you see my slide?
Yes, visible, ma'am.
Yes. Okay. So my topic, which I have chosen, is the global learning crisis, addressing inequality and inclusion. What does this global learning crisis mean? It means nothing but there are a number of schools available nowadays. There is an increase. If you look at over the years, we have an increase in access to schooling, but learning outcomes have not matched the increase in the schools. So that is the global crisis. Especially this is apparent in developing countries. So there are a number of children in the schools, but are they really learning the essential skills? So in this world where technology is a technology driven world, and learning new skills become very, very important. So basic numeracy and literacy are the foundation of these skills, where the other skills are built upon. So a student or a child who struggles with just the basic reading, writing, and simple mathematics will be at a disadvantage. These skills are required not only for literacy, but also to function in a very complex and information-led society. We say that education is a great equalizer. But till date, our country has not found any ways to successfully address the adverse effects of socio-economic circumstances, prejudice, and discrimination that suppresses performance for some groups. And this superficial and glossy look of literacy shown in the statistics does not really reflect the learning. We see that when we read, look at the statistics, or when we read the news, we see that we are very happy about how India has steadily increased its literacy rates. But does it reflect the gender, the urban or the rural environment, the sustainability or employment? The focus is whether one is able to read and write and be able to sign one's name, and then we call these persons as literate. So, but the reality is there are increase in schools, but there is no increase in learning. So for this development to take place in an environment which is inclusive and equitable, we have to we have to focus on developing skills like problem solving skills, creative thinking, critical thinking, not only that, but also the social skills and continuous learning skills. Okay. So these are the skills that are needed for us to move into a very equitable environment. So what are the key factors that lead to this learning crisis? Low proficiency levels. We have learned about minimum levels of learning. So many children fail to achieve the minimum levels of learning, and that becomes a drawback for them to achieve any success. Dropout rates. Of course, we used to call it stagnation and dropout and stagnation. And those numbers have really improved now. We don't have the lesser dropouts. But still, after the COVID, the pandemic has seen a lot of children dropping out of education. So this high dropout rates leads to inequality in education. And there is they don't have access to higher learning skills. And this is very apparent, especially among the girl children, among the rural, and also who are belonging to the lower socioeconomic status. Another factor is the relevance of education. What we are learning in our schools today, is it reflecting the real life? Are we able to apply what is learned in real life context? So this lack of quality of education leads again to dropout, because people think, what is the use of me studying this if I'm not able to find employment? What are the skills that I am learning which help me in the community that I'm living in? So when there is a gap between these two things, definitely there will be disparity in achieving education. Okay, then the other external factors, we have of course had the pandemic, which really showed us the digital divide, the haves and the have-nots, and many children stopped going to schools and stopped continuing their education. And even though we are saying that we were connected and we are teaching, but there was no real learning that took place. I'm sure all those educators who are there in this webinar will agree with me when we see our students who are struggling after they have come back from the pandemic. So all these factors, the classrooms that are overcrowded, the teachers who are not trained well, all this leads to a disparity of educational resources given to people, and especially the vulnerable people are affected by this. And by vulnerable people, I mean those who are women, the, those who are belonging to lower socioeconomic status, those who are disabled, those who are having mental health problems, and many more such groups. The people who are the LGBTQ community, all these big are groups will be on the uh, outside of the learning or resources that are there for them. So all these factors and much more lead to this learning crisis. I like this quotation that I saw: the route to achieving equity will not be accomplished through treating everyone equally. It will be achieved by treating everyone justly according to their circumstances. Paula Dressel, Race Matters Institute. She is the founder member of the organization of Black Lives Matter. And this is applicable to all of us. When only when equity is involved, then only we can have a peaceful and a just society. Now, I just want to talking about this equity. UNESCO had made an attempt in 1994. Now it is 30 years since UNESCO brought out a Salamanca statement. I do not know whether I'm pronouncing this right. Okay, and this statement made a shift towards inclusive education, and it aims to replace the special needs education with inclusive practices, integrating diverse students into the mainstream classrooms. However, despite this intention, challenges persist. And it is discussed that the main challenge here is being the lack of knowledge on creating truly inclusive classrooms. Persistent segregated practices. If you look at some of our schools, government schools, they still practice caste discrimination in the way the students are seated in the classroom. This is one small example. And this lack of creating inclusive classrooms and not having a very clear clarity what has to be done among teachers and parents, it is continuing even till today. Inclusive practices involve creating an environment where all children can participate fully in an educational activity. It is where diversity is celebrated and accommodated rather than seen as a barrier. This means not only removing physical barriers, but also addressing social, emotional, cognitive barriers that might prevent certain students from fully participating. Why we are speaking about physical barriers? Only in the recent years we have seen people with disability are able to come to the classroom. Earlier, there were no ramps, there were no lifts. Even now, you do not have, but at least some effort is being made to allow the disabled, we call them differently able, to come into the mainstream. What could be some of the barriers? Barriers which are there for inclusive education. All of us in India, of course, we know about caste-based discrimination. India's higher education system lacks inclusivity. How many of us have have had classrooms full of students who are not, who are physically disabled with different ailments, or we have somebody from the LGBTQ community in our classrooms. So this caste-based discrimination is the biggest barrier and a challenge to education. We read in the newspapers about midday meal schemes, and if a person belonging to the lower uh, a person belonging to, say, the Dalit community is appointment, and this has happened and it has come in the news, appointed to prepare the meal for the midday meal, you have people boycotting the midday meal program. So much so that, the person was removed from preparing the meal. Then you have gender disparities. Certain groups, you have the girl child not being encouraged to study. We have also not only girl child, some boys also. So the enrollment rate is very, the girls many times they struggle to go for higher education. Sometimes because of the free education and right to education, they are there till the high school, but for the higher education, they won't be there. And certain economic groups and ethnic groups, minorities, these face expulsion in the access and the enrollment of education. Geographic barriers, that is, suppose you don't have access to a school, there is no school close by, or there is no good infrastructure. It is not safe. Many times the girl children are not sent to school because it is not safe for them. In this process, the girl child is getting punished for the behavior of, the other gender, for creating an unsafe place. So these are the barriers that affect the inclusive education. I just want to about this. If you look at higher education, if you look at the Indian Institute of Technology and Management, only 9 SCs, STs, OBCs, they make only 9% of the total faculty and 6% at IIMs. In Bombay IIT, there was no ST and OBC faculty were not recruited in 2023. 16 departments at IIT Bombay did not take a single student belonging to the scheduled tribe community during PhD admission for 2023-24. These are the latest statistics. No student, ST student, was admitted in 5 departments at IIT Bombay in the last 9 years. This was shared by the Bombay student group of Ambedkar Periyar Phule Study Circle, and they got this through right of information in the month of February this year. So just to reflect on this, we will know how inclusive we are. It's really sad. So we are looking for equity in education, inclusion and equity in education. What is the meaning of this inclusion and equity? It is, you can see 2 images here on the screen. One is showing equality. You can see they are all wanting to see the match in the stadium. They don't have tickets. Okay, so they are trying to peep over the fence. Many of you might have seen this image. And if you look at the 3 boxes, they are really equal. The 3 boxes reflect the resources given to different groups of people. All are getting same. But is it really helping all the group of people? That is equality. You give the same resources to all the people. But in education and anywhere else, more than equality, we need equity. And if you look at the second image here, you can see the same group of people, but the boxes have changed, and the third child is able to look over and see the match, and all three are happy. So this is equity, where the resources are shared according to the circumstances. So equity in education ensures fair and equal opportunities regardless of background or circumstances. It promotes social justice by providing every person with resources and support needed to access quality education. Beyond moral imperatives, equitable education systems drive economic development, foster global competitiveness, and promote social cohesion. So very important to have equity in education, because when we have equity in education, economic development goes faster, and we can have a very strong foothold in the global competitive world. It also empower individuals to innovate and participate meaningfully in society. Achieving equity in education is not only essential for the fulfillment of sustainable developmental goals which were set by UNESCO and to be reached by 2030. It is not only for that, but also to create a more just, prosperous, and sustainable future for communities worldwide. So this is the importance of equity. But this equity is for it to be achieved, we have to break the negative loop that exists. And what if we can see what are the things that perpetuate this cycle is there is an interconnectedness between, say for example, low quality education. You give low quality education, definitely there will be dropouts, increase in the dropouts. Okay, so the lack of learning outcomes, appropriate learning outcomes, and the non-collaboration of the policy makers with the community, lack of resources, all this lead to what is called a learning poverty. The policy makers have to look at investing in education. India's education spending as a percentage of its GDP is less than 3.5%, which is significantly below the target outlined in the National Education Policy 2020. That is, the policy aspired for India's education budget is to be 6% of the GDP. I'm talking about 2020. I don't think it's even better even now. Another factor is in this perpetuating cycle is we don't talk about intersectionality. Intersectionality is a framework, theoretical framework, how to understand how multiple identities, say I am a woman, that itself is the gender disparity that is there. Then my race, okay, in the global context, the brown race, say, that becomes another factor. Then sexual orientation. Suppose I say that I am a transgender, say. So you already have things stacked against you. Your gender, your sex, your race, then you have socio-economic status. And suppose you're disabled. So you can imagine how many factors are stacked against you. So these are also one of the factors that we don't address these issues to continue this cycle, negative vicious cycle, that is, okay. Also, we also have all this intersects at the micro level of individual experience to reflect interlocking system of privilege and oppression. That is, racism, casteism, sexism, heterosexism at the macro social structure level. It means that people experience marginalization based on overlapping identities. In education, this means understanding how these identities can create different barriers to learning. For example, a student from a low-income family group and a minority background might face challenges accessing quality education due to limited resources and cultural insensitivity in the curriculum. So, what are the possibilities? Knowing all this background, and it is not something new that I am speaking about. Most of you know these are the problems in having an equitable and inclusive society. So, what are the things that we can do? I have listed only one or two things. You may have more ideas. What are the things that we can do? Now, everybody is talking about artificial intelligence. That is, incorporation of artificial intelligence in the education sector. This is now a game changer for us teachers to introduce opportunities and challenges. The blending of AI in classroom settings provides personalized learning experience for students. Through AI-driven adaptive learning platforms, educational systems can analyze extensive data related to the students' learning habits, inclinations, and advancement. This examination facilitates the creation of customized learning and content suggestions, especially designed to cater to each student's unique requirements. Of course, this should be done keeping in mind all the ethical considerations. Another thing that we can do is, there's a small example there about intervention strategies that are based on evidence-based intervention strategies. The Education Endowment Foundation USA recently shared its evidence-based insight on creating an effective structured intervention strategy called by the acronym TARGET. What TARGET stands for is timing, assessment, resourcing, give it time, expert delivery, and teacher links. What it means is there should be short, frequent sessions for students who need help. They can last from 15 minutes to 60 minutes a week and should happen many times over the week, like how we have mentoring programs. There should be structured resources. So whoever is giving this remedial teaching should have lesson plans and materials designed to achieve specific learning outcomes. The objective has to be very clear. You have to focus on which learning area, learning development or skill development area where there is a gap. So address the gap. Consistent delivery. It should be delivered consistently over a sustained period of time to get the maximum effect. And the teacher has to be a qualified facilitator. So these are the protocols that can be used to develop our own very strategies, which are evidence-based strategies, which can level the playing field, as I put it on my title there. Another thing is, this last thing that I'm talking about It's in again one another strategy is the role of data for guiding instruction and improving student learning. That is, we in schools and colleges, we have a lot of student data. We have their achievement scores, we have their mentoring, data, we have the feedback that they give us, lots of this data, and sometimes this data is not really not used meaningfully. So looking at this data, we can improve the student learning. That is, prioritizing instructional time, targeting additional instruction for students who are struggling with particular topics. This is done, I'm not saying done, especially when students are going to the 10th standard, and of course now the structure has changed. They have to answer the public exam. There are a lot of remedial lessons, that teaching that is going on. My very own personal experience of meeting the teachers, they give them the question papers, they ask them to write the answers. It's repetition, 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 so that they get the pass marks. But is that learning? That is what I spoke about. That's the global crisis. That is not learning. So use this data to improve instruction and improve student learning. So find out what is that really the student is struggling with, what are the strength of the students, and what type of instructional strategy can help the students to continue to progress. It also gives us feedback on how effective our classroom lessons are and helps us to refine our instructional method. So in conclusion, I say this: be where you are celebrated, not tolerated. And that is the meaning of being inclusive, celebrating diversity, giving equity and social justice to everybody, especially in the higher education institutions. So, as reflecting on this learning crisis, and as educators, we are advocating for inclusion and equity in education. It is our duty to do so. And the pandemic showed the world the disparity in resources, the digital divide, the lack of skills in social connectedness, in problem solving, and much more. So, this has provided an impetus to the researchers, educators, and policymakers to shorten the gap between learning and outcome based learning. Let us all be catalysts that make it happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for reminding us again the inequalities that persisting in the educational institutions and providing the possible measures that can be effective in overcoming these issues. Dear participants, now the session is open for interaction with Dr. Farida ma'am. Unmute your mic and post the question, and you may post your questions in the chat box.
Before you begin, I would like to acknowledge the presence of Dr. Radha Mohan. Madam, thank you so much for being here. I hope that you were not here, but I'm very happy that you are here.
No, I enjoyed it actually. I've learned a lot.
Thank you for your presence. It's inspiring.
So difficult, this inclusion, to practice it, I mean.
Yes, very difficult.
It was a great talk.
Thank you so much, madam. Yes, sir. Thank you.
We have few questions from our students. Is there any effective structured initiative implemented in our country to take this generation to learning the essential skills?
Skills. Of course, there are efforts are always made. You have remedial teaching was started for that, to bridge the gap between one class to another. Minimum levels of learning, which we said 80% of the learning the student has to have, 80% of the learning. Those practices are there, but practically how it is implemented, and there's no data actually to find out whether these practices are working. I was reading a lot preparing for this, and I found it a little depressing actually, because the government is putting in the money but where is the money going? We cannot, somewhere the one outcome has to be there. And now in our very own classrooms, we can see what is the outcome. So that is the sad part. So we as teachers, and to be future teachers, in our own way, we have to make sure that we bridge these gaps. And especially if you are going to teach in a higher secondary or the primary school, primary school is the best school to work in, so that you can bridge that gap, become instruments of change to transform them. And first of all, I think basically we have to be self-aware about our own prejudices, because all of us have prejudices, and the only way to combat these prejudices is self-awareness. And I think that would be the first step.
Thank you, ma'am. The next question: do the range of opportunities and platforms provided by the digital world become the reason for low proficiency level in school subjects?
This is like a big challenge now. We just 2 days back we had a workshop on AI tools and innovation in education. I am enjoying AI, and I like the world of AI, which is we have to think of it as a machine, but we should not make it think for us. So the resource person who spoke on that day, he spoke about prompt engineering. This is going to be the new field. So the machine is not going to give you the prompt. So we have to give the prompts. So we have to think. And we have to have a lot of ethical rules and regulations, and our institutions should be able to afford the expensive software which can detect plagiarism. And at the research level, definitely they will use it, but even at the school level, at the college level, and I think it is there to stay. If you look at history, when textbooks were printed, when books were printed, they were looked at it as something very evil and something not good, and it will impede our learning and the brain. And now we cannot do it. Now we are doing away with the textbooks and we are coming to digital. Similarly, when the TV came, they called it the idiot box, and but it's here to stay and it's being progressive. So we cannot run away from the progress, but we have to update ourselves. And the digital natives, the students here, they are very, very good. They know any AI, where to use what, and they are able to mask it, humanize the script. So we have to be really smart, and we have to train the students on how to use it to help them, rather than rely on the AI to do their work for them. I think.
Thank you, ma'am. One last question. After COVID-19 pandemic, do we have the compulsion to reframe the curriculum and evaluation system in our country? If yes, how far it is possible?
Do we have the compulsion?
Compulsion.
We should have the inkling to change it. For example, out of the COVID we had, and almost during the end of the COVID, we had National Education Policy 2020, which came out. That was a big step in changing the curriculum. Not that all are agreeing with it. I did not certainly agree with many parts of it. But that is a change, and change is always difficult. The question is that change relevant to us? Is that change leaving out some sectors of people? There is so much focus on skill development. We did leave out the lower socioeconomic groups from higher education. Will there be inclusion? Definitely evaluation and the curriculum development has not because of COVID, but because technology is a technology driven world. I believe now it's called the AI era. Okay, so that is the new phrase that is going on, AI era. So definitely we have to be in par with that. From years and years we are talking about the evaluation system. We are taking still with the paper pencil test. There's nothing really going on. So that is the learning crisis, where we are not able to bridge that gap which is there. to be relevant in today's society. So there is a need, yes, for change in curriculum, change in the evaluation system, and there are need for people to be agitators, peaceful agitators, to bring about this change.
Thank
I don't have a solution, just just a thought on that.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
With the kind permission of Dr. Farita, we have one more research person still actively participating with us, Dr.
Yes.
Radha Mohan. If you would like to contribute something by your reflection, ma'am, you are welcome to do so to answer any of these questions.
Actually, because this is something that we know we need to change, but still from my time, I'm 74, sir, and still the world is having paper and pencil tests.
Yes.
So what is going on in this world? So that's what, and as Parita ma'am said, I'm so happy that she is so much for AI. I adore this ChatGPT. I'm going crazy over it. Absolutely. Anything. You want to devise a curriculum, you give instruction. Only thing is you've got to give proper prompts.
Yes.
And you go on, is it what you want? Is it what you want? So it's fantastic. What a world to be alive in. Really. So I'm so happy that you mentioned that. And I think all training colleges should buck up and get it into their system. Because so that when the students, just copy, the teachers will be able to track it.
Yes, yes.
They'll know exactly what's going on because they've done it before. That's it. That's it, Father. I've enjoyed this session. Thank you so much for having me here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mom. Wonderful hearing you speak. Really wonderful and so inspiring.
I've enjoyed today. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for sharing your expertise. Farida ma'am, thank you, ma'am, for answering questions. Hope this insightful knowledge sharing continue in future. Thank you. Now it's time to thank each one. I request Dr. T. Ponmalini, Assistant Professor, Loyola College of Education, to propose the vote of thanks.
Can't hear you.
Warm and graceful greetings to our Honorable Chief Guest, resource persons, Father Secretary, faculty members, principals of various colleges, professors, my dear friends and students. It's my privilege to propose a vote of thanks and acknowledge the contribution of those who worked hard to make this one-day international webinar on empowering diversity, leading innovation in 21st century a success. On behalf of Loyola College of Education and the entire fraternity of the institution, first of all, my sincere thanks to the Almighty God for making this webinar a grand success through the blessings and grace showered upon us. It is an honor to have the opportunity to express my appreciation to all the dignitaries of the webinar for their presence and efforts in making this event a success. I extend my sincere thanks to our honored chief guest, Dr. Farida, Principal, St. Aloysius Institute of Education, Mangalore, for giving us her valuable time. The best part of every human's life could be sharing the best we have with others. Today's resource person have shared the best knowledge and worthy ideas that everyone can practice in the context of inclusivity and equity. Your presentations truly inspired and encouraged us. We are forever grateful for your charming presence on this special day, ma'am. Thank you so much. With utmost appreciation, I extend my sincere thanks to all the honored guests for taking the time to join us at our event. Your presence is greatly valued and appreciated. Our sincere thanks to our esteemed Reverend Father Saharaj Vijayan SJ, Secretary, Loyola College of Education, for expertly organizing and leading this memorable one-day international webinar with such efficiency. We are truly grateful for your leadership and management. Thank you so much, Father. A special thanks goes to Dr. L. Kurandi Teresal, Principal, Loyola College of Education, for her unwavering support to make this webinar successful. I must acknowledge the IKC coordinator, Dr. A. Jasmine Christie, the organizing team, Mr. Anthony Joseph, and Dr. Karthikeyan for their hard work leading up to this webinar. My heartfelt gratitude Mr. Jaikmore and Mr. Arugiraj for their technical assistance. I would like to express my heartfelt appreciation to all the dedicated teachers and staff members of Loyola College of Education for being the backbone and making it a success. Thank you. I am grateful to the esteemed audience of this webinar for your presence and efforts in making this event a success. Thank you to our students of Loyola College of Education. I extend my warmest gratitude for your enthusiastic participation in this webinar. Thank you everyone once again for making it a grand success.
Thank you, Mom. Dear participants, before pulling down the curtains, please switch on your video for a group photo.
Dr. Radha Mohan, you will have to be smiling for one more time for a long time. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you, Dr. Farida Vegas. Thank you so much for your valuable presentation. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Photo is done now?
No, I think not yet.
Not yet?
Yes. Dr. Karthikeyan?
Yes, Father, photo has been
Taken. Okay then. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Dr. Jasmine.
Dear participants, the feedback link will be posted in the chat box after the national anthem.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was a wonderful session we had.
Thank you so much.
Sir Karthik sir, please repeat what you just said.
Yeah. Feedback link will be posted in the chat box after the national anthem. Yes. Kindly rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Dear participants, the feedback link is posted in the chat box. Please fill it to receive your e-certificate. Thank you. Meet you again.
Thank you, Dr. Farida. Thank you, Dr. Radha Mohan, for being with us for the whole day. It's a pleasure seeing you, ma'am, after so many years.
When you come to Chennai, do make it a point to visit us in person, ma'am. You are most welcome.
Yes, certainly. Thank you so much. I'll be there.
Please, ma'am. Take care. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Dr. Farita, once again, thank you. And thank you, Dr. Jasmine, for wonderfully organizing the webinar. Principal ma'am, thank you. And thanks to every one of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Father. Thank you so much.
All organizing team. Dr. Radha Mohan, this is Principal of Loyola College of Education. Thank you for the wonderful session in the morning, as well as for your presence for the whole day. I must left it. Jasmine ma'am and team, congratulations.
Thank you.
Yes, we had really wonderful sessions. Anthony sir, Malini ma'am, Karthik sir, congratulations and thank you.
Thank you.
My sincere thanks to all the staff of LCE for supporting the committee as well as